Good day, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back, everybody. How's everyone doing? Feel like my my eyes dart to like 20 different places as soon as the stream goes live, because I'm like, all right, I just gotta make sure my microphone's working, the sound's still working, is the sound at a good volume, can people see me, is everything working right? Good times, good times. Well, welcome everyone. See, look, it was very surprising to see you here as negative third. So, and I'm glad that you are now here as positive first. So, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Cameron, welcome. Glad you're here as well. I feel like, oh my goodness. Wow, you can really, that really makes the aeropostle of my shirt stand out.
Hello, Moon Man. What's your favorite game that is out?
What is my favorite game that is out? That's a tough one. I would probably say it's either gonna have to be 7 Days to Die. I feel like that one will like always be one of my favorites. Or oh my goodness. And then this is PNG tuber Moonman saying, I think I would say probably my other would be Path of Exile 2. That game is just so good. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I love that thing. Yeah, that's what I would say. Give me 2 seconds. I can kind of hear myself, and I think I finally figured out what it is that is happening. Why sometimes I can hear myself, and then other times not so much. I think what it is I generate. I feel like I generate an absurdly large amount of what's it called? Static electricity. Oh my goodness. Let's do some stretching as soon as I fix this. Okay, so if I apply that, then I can hear myself. Now if I turn that off. Okay. Oh, good. I can't hear myself anymore. Anyway, yes, I feel like I generate an absurdly large amount of static electricity. For some reason, I don't know why. Like, I can literally, like, I don't scuff my feet or anything like that. At least I don't think I do. But, like, anytime that I stand up at work, like, literally all it has to be is like this. And I can hear the static electricity in my headphones. And I have to touch my desk to like discharge the static, like literally just standing up. I don't know why. And that's in like anything. It's jeans, it's sweatpants. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I'm wearing. What I'm wearing. I generate weirdly high, large amounts, if I can speak, of static electricity. Moonman superhero confirmed. Maybe what I need to do is, instead of trying to dispel this static electricity every time I stand up, I like touch some kind of metal surface to like get it to go away. Maybe what I need to do is not touch anything metal for the next year and then just have it build up and see what happens. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Who knows? Anyway, but I think the problem is that anytime that I stand up, I shift in my chair, stuff like that, I'm building up that electricity, and then when I touch my microphone arm, or I touch the wire on my headphone, whatever it may be, or I touch my microphone, whatever it may be, I think it then sends the static electricity through the microphone, and then for some reason it like makes it freak out and makes it so I can hear myself for some weird reason. I don't know why. I really do not know why. But oh well, such is life. Anyway, yeah, so Hootie Hand, I hope that answers your question. Let's see, never played either of those. Yes, I would highly recommend. So Path of Exile 2 will eventually be free. It is still, you still have to pay for it right now. I think it's like $30 because it's technically in early access. But if you're a fan of action RPGs, so like think Diablo, if you're a fan of games like that, I cannot recommend Path of Exile 2 enough. It is so much fun. I love that game so much. So would highly recommend. I would also highly recommend 7 Days to Die if you like zombie games, if you like survival crafting games, if you like it's basically Minecraft with more realistic graphics and like actual zombies and guns and stuff.
Benedict
So
says, "Sup nerds, it's your boy, Lo-Fi Music God, and Merry Christmas month. I have nothing else to say this time."
That's fair. That's fair. Welcome, Axel. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. The walls look different. Oh, on that. Yes. Yes. This is the current redesign that I'm working on is making the wall. Oh my gosh, making the walls a slightly different color. I'm experimenting with different color palettes for the rooms to kind of get different feelings and vibes per floor. But don't worry, as of right now, it is still gray in the tomb, but there will eventually be different colored bricks and stuff like that. That'll probably be a full release. I don't think I'm going to do that for the demo, just because it is going to be a little bit more to kind of get that feeling a little bit better. Let's see, Hootie Hand also is currently on a 20 stream streak. Hootie Hand, thank you so much for the streak. I do appreciate that. If you're going to streak anywhere, streak here in this stream. So thank you. Yeah, 20 is crazy. That's a natural amount of streams. It's true. That is a nat amount of streams right there. Absolutely beautiful. And let's see. Yeah, so here, super confirmed. It's your hair. It might be my hair. It might be. It could be. It could be the thing. I've been here for Moon Man for 20 streams, and I do appreciate that, Hootie. I appreciate it. Thank you. Always been like this, even after changing the chair. Yes, it has always been like this. At work, here, yeah. So I don't, for anyone, I don't know, I tend to not mention it very often, but every now and then, especially if you go back and watch old streams, you will see, like, every now and then, it's not all the time, but every now and then, I will, like, touch my microphone arm or like my like something like that, and it makes my volume in my headset like jump up like 50%. It's crazy, and then it also makes it so I can like barely slightly hear myself through my microphone. Very weird, very bizarre phenomenon. I do not understand what it is, but oh well. How's the game dev going? It is going absolutely fantastic. Thank you for asking. How is your week going, by the way? Hopefully well. You may need to start wearing a glove to prevent it. It's possible. I may have to pull an Elsa, but instead of freezing, it is shocking, and that's no good at all. Let's see. Hello, Axel. We all know that it's a lie. Glove. Do a blue glove. Oh, do that. Be a good time. Do the light Moonwood Games blue. I need to get Moonwood branded gloves. There we go. That's my new goal. Also, I'm reading. What are you reading, Cameron? What are you reading? All right, everybody. Well, we've got some very fun, very exciting, very good stuff to go over today because we got the battle system finally working. So, well, the technical part of it is all working. So, if you remember from last time, you're able to drag the cards, you can move them around, all that fun and good stuff. But I finally have it now to where you can actually play. Obviously, there is no monsters yet. We do still need to actually implement it to be able to do combat stuff, but the actual workings of it is finally working. So this section, so for anyone who may not have heard this before, we are looking into switching up the combat system to where instead of just drawing like you normally would playing blackjack, you're going to be dealt 13 cards, and then you will kind of like set up your different sequences to then set up like chain reactions for attacks. And yeah, so it finally is working now, and let me tell you, it was an absolute freaking nightmare to take into account all of the different potential issues, but we do have it finally freaking working, and yeah, this is what it'll look like. So I'm not going to change anything. I'm just gonna click to attack, and it'll just run through, and yeah, it just kind of throws the cards up there. Obviously, there's a lot more that I still need to do, like graphically and stuff like that, and yeah. So basically, that's what we got. So if you bust, so let's do an ace, and okay. So I was just barely thinking. I was like, okay, I was like, okay, we're gonna do an ace and a king, and then another ace. But then I was like, wait, I actually got it. So the soft hands are working with the aces. So this ace would be an 11, and then this would be a 10, and then you'll see what this ace will do. So if this is going to bust, it then becomes a soft hand. So this 11 becomes a 1. I think technically this one will become a 1 first, because I think it does sequentially left to right. Pretty sure that's what's going to happen. Let's find out. So should apply these first 2 cards. No, that's not going to be the case, because, okay, never mind. We got to put a 4 here, and then an ace, and then a king. Yes. Okay, here we go. So yes, if we attack, it should go up, flip the first one down to a 1, and then it would have busted again, so then it would flip the other ace to a 1, and yeah, and then there we go. And then it draws a whole new hand. And then, okay, let's see if I can get us to bust. So we've got a jack. Let's do a, because right now I think I've just set it to 14. Or maybe it was 17. Crap, I think I set it to 17. Okay, so we need a 10. Let's do a 5. And then we'll do a jack. There we go. So this should make us bust. So now if we do that, we'll draw the 3 cards, we're gonna bust, and so then it just depletes all the cards. I still haven't made so the monsters will actually attack, but yeah. So we finally do have the entire battle system working, where you can arrange your cards and actually get the sequences in order of how you actually want to play out your blackjack hands. And yeah, and then it'll just play the hands automatically, picking up until, so it has to get above the monster's combat power without going over 21. If it goes over 21, obviously you bust like you would in blackjack. And yeah, that's what we got. That is what we got. So there we go. So busted. And I do want to, again, visually, we're going to change it up just a little bit to try and make it seem a little bit, like, make a little bit more sense. I want to have more than just the cards flying up and just disappearing. Like, I'm just not super excited. I want to have, different animations for all the different elemental attacks. So say, for example, with these guys, like, this is all going to be, pretty sure this will be able to do it. Yeah, so I want to do it so where it's like, if it's all one, element, then it has, does one type of animation. If it's, a combination of different elements, I want it to do different kinds of, anyway, yeah. So we are going to get there. We're going to be able to get all the visual representation and all that stuff working. But for now, this is all working. You can finally do the combat system. It takes them sequentially, it does all that fun stuff. And then on the end, if it can't do any more, then it just puts the cards down. And yeah, the amount of work, I know it really does not look like much, but the amount of work that had to go in to get all of this working, and yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I don't know if this would necessarily be any easier or worse in another game engine, but I can tell you this, with RPG Maker, it does not make it easy to do something like this. Not at all. One thing I was a little bit worried about, though, and this was just because of like the very beginning of it when I was still testing stuff. So when I was testing it, basically what I had done was I had the monster's armor class, I think I had it set to like 14. And as I was testing, I realized I was like, I don't have to really change anything. Like it would just draw the cards and I would just go like this. Okay, that was a terrible example. Basically every single time when I was testing it, I didn't have to change like hardly anything, and it would basically do a perfect sequence all the way through almost every single time. And I was like, okay, well, this kind of sucks because like, okay, obviously there's bad examples. When I was testing it, it was just one after another after another after another. It was literally just like always going through. I didn't have to change anything. And I was like, well, what's the point if you don't even have to adjust anything? If you just go attack and it just does it every single time. And then I realized I was like, okay, it's because I have the monster's armor class set to 14, and 14 is just way too low, and I needed to upgrade that. So I think the idea is probably for regular monsters, we're probably gonna have their armor class be between probably 15 and 18, maybe 15 to 18. And then monsters, bosses will probably be 19, 20, and 21. Obviously 21 being the most absolutely crazy boss, because you would have to make sure that every single one of your hands are 21. Otherwise, well, yeah. And I don't know, I'm still on the fence about that one. Maybe I will make it so that it doesn't have to be that. I don't know, maybe. I didn't realize that, yeah. Anyway, so yes, that's where we're at. It is all now finally working. We have a fully functional, now for the most part, combat system. Yeah, so again, now we just need to get it to be actually implemented, where when you start combat, instead of it doing the previous combat system, which, you know, if we do this and then we do this, and again, I do not want to actually remove the combat system. I just want to, I want to still have it on the back burner. I want to have it still in here just in case we ever want to, you know, go back for any reason, whatever it may be for us, just wanting to play blackjack or whatever it is. I think I've turned off monsters. Dang it, I turned off monsters. Anyway, you all know the old combat systems, so we're just gonna leave it like that. Anyway, so that is what we're gonna be doing tonight. We're gonna be getting that implemented. We're gonna make sure that it is actually, when you enter combat, it does the new combat system. And yeah, should be good. Should be good. All right, let's see if I can catch up on chat. Let's see here. Let's see. Magma Guy says, going good. Got the data for the wishlist count per game going. Can you guess who's leading by wishlist count right now? Hint, it's probably going to be a game of the year for many people. Is GTA 6 on Steam? I feel like it's not. Is it? Is it on Steam? No, because it's not coming to PC at first, right? No. Okay. What would it be? I know it's not Tomb of Vercilias. As much as I would love that, I know that it's not. Yeah, I actually have no idea. Not a clue. Like a cat says, is it cold down there? No. I was talking, sorry, I guess that was kind of probably a weird time to come in. I was talking about the static electricity that I tend to build up a lot in large quantities, and how it kind of messes with my headset and all that fun stuff. Let's see here. When are the gloves, Moonwood? Maybe one day. Evening says, Loki says evening. Good evening, Loki. Glad you're here. Will you ever make a Moonwood gnome? If I could find a place that would do custom gnomes, like paint to order gnomes, I would 100% do a Moonwood gnome. Or maybe I'll make it some kind of big special bonus if we ever do like a Kickstarter, and I'll be like, for the low price of $500, you can get your own hand-painted Moonwood gnome. I'd also probably just have to find a gnome that then is completely unpainted, and then I have to paint it myself. I can't promise that it would turn out good, but maybe. Egg card on bottom, that's true, it does kind of look like an egg card, doesn't it? I'll fix it one day. It was supposed to be like a diamond-shaped looking thing, and yeah, it really does not look like that, does it? It honestly does kind of look like an egg. Let me get that pulled up really quick. Yeah. Okay, it wasn't supposed to be a diamond. It was supposed to be like a little jewel thing. Yeah, it did not turn out. We're gonna get there. It is an interesting book by a person which has adapted it into an Apple TV show. Oh, nice. But the combat was working before. You are making your job take longer by changing things so much when they work well. I know, Mathra. I know. But here's the thing. I want this to be as good as it can be. And I feared that having the old combat system wasn't engaging enough. And maybe this was just me. Maybe this was just me having basically been playing it for almost a year now. Maybe it was just me being like, this is getting boring, and it's because I've been playing it for like a year. There's a chance. There's a very good chance. And that is why in the demo, I'm not ever completely getting rid of the idea of the old combat system. That again, I'm not going to be deleting anything. I'm going to literally just be like moving it somewhere else to back it up, and just be like, okay, you're here. If we ever need to move it back and switch it back, because yeah, if you know, there's a good chance I may do the demo, and I'll be like, I don't know, maybe I'll like add an option, be like, do you want to do regular blackjack or sequential blackjack? And we'll see what people say. And maybe if people are like, oh, I like regular blackjack instead of sequential blackjack, then maybe I'll switch back to the regular. We'll see. So I may do something like that in the demo, just to like get a little bit of feedback and see how people are feeling about it. But I do appreciate your concern, Mathra, because I do keep doing that, don't I? Let's see. Miro Dragon says I play Blue Eyes White Dragon. No, please. I cannot against your Blue Eyes White Dragon. Also, welcome. Glad you're here. I see you're a first-time chatter. Dark Matter by Blake Crouch. Oh, might have to look that up. Mathra says I personally like the normal blackjack more. Oh, really? What? Mathra, you haven't even seen this in full force action yet. I don't know. Maybe. See, I want people to feel like they have, because here's the problem with the regular blackjack, is it's very, very luck-based. At least with this, like, it is still RNG, you know, it is still just drawing random cards, but at least it kind of gives
the player the ability to, there we go, that's going to sound like it's more official. This gives the ability for the player to be able to create their own destiny and structuring their hands how they would want to, instead of just being
subject to, crap, now it doesn't feel official anymore. Instead of just being subject to, you know, just whatever the luck of the draw is, which I know is kind of the appeal of blackjack. You kind of still have luck of the draw with this, though. And then, you know, you get your luck of the draw, and then you get to build out your deck, and then you can be like, yep, that's the one, and then it just goes bloop, 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 bloop.
Coin,
bloop.
Then art.
That's true. We do need to do the coin. We do need to do the coin. Let's see here. This is leaning towards Balatro. Wait, what? Are you sure? I've never played Balatro. But do you, like, align the cards? Like, is this just Balatro? Do you like line up the cards and then like do sequences? See, Studio Majestic Game says, howdy, welcome. How you doing? Hopefully you're having a great week so far. Mather says, I was going to get, wait. I was going to get myself in the credits, but I think this changed my mind. No, Mather, please. You just don't want to be associated with the game anymore. You're like, oh, never mind. This is terrible. Maybe. I feel like once it's all fully implemented, then maybe, okay, once we get it fully implemented, if there's still issues, we'll revisit it. We'll see what's going on at that point. When I got to go back later if I don't fall asleep. Hootie Hen, no worries at all. I'm glad that you've been here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic evening, and we'll see you hopefully on the next stream. Mirror Dragon says, will there be deck customization? First time here. Well, I'm glad you're here. For deck customization, we might, but it kind of depends on exactly which deck. So basically, really quick rundown. This is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG, where you are a dungeon, you're a dungeon. You are a bounty hunting adventurer. There is a mage who started researching dark magics. The king was not a fan of that, and so he ordered the arrest of the mage. The mage, Vercilias, was not a fan of that, and so he put a curse on his wizard's tower to have it ever be shifting and changing so no one could ever find their way to him. It worked. No one was ever able to find him, but in doing so, no one has ever seen Vercilias come out of his wizard's tower, and so everyone just assumes that he probably trapped himself in his own tower, and he's never gonna, he's dead somewhere in there. The king, though, is like, nope, until I see him dead or alive, I'm just going to assume he's still in there, and we can't have that. So he has a bounty out on the mage's head, and so you, along with many other adventurers, are going in to what is now known as the Tomb of Vercilias, because everyone just assumes he's dead in there, and you're going to go in, and you're going to try and find your way to Vercilias. And so, yeah, so with the whole, oh my gosh, what's it called? Roguelike element is every time you go in for another run, you will be given these perk cards, and then you'll be collecting more along the way. So there may be some deck customization with these perk cards, and then so you're basically picking which perk cards are you like coming into the tomb with, and then it'll draw 3 randomly, and then you'll be able to choose, pick and choose which ones you actually get. So there very well may be deck customization here. As far as the actual deck customization with the cards, the goal and plan right now is to just be a standard 52 card deck, and that's kind of what we have right now. I still need to adjust it a little bit. We may look into potentially making it so you could customize your deck a little bit more. Maybe. The only problem there is it can get a little bit potentially out of hand with people stacking their deck too much, where if all you put in here is, I don't know, 10 value cards, then it's like you'll just basically always be able to go. Or if you only ever pick aces, you'll always have ace. So anyway, so trying to find the balance between making it so people can't just completely cheese it, and then also having it be fun is kind of where we're at. So I'm not sure if there's going to be deck customization here with these playing cards, but with these perk cards, there very well may be deck customization that comes into play in you being able to choose what perks you're actually taking in, and then you'll just kind of pick them as you go. So almost kind of like, you know, if you were to be like building a deck with a playing card, trading card game, you know, like with Magic the Gathering or something like that, you build out your decks so you know roughly, you know, there's no way that you won't be able to get this card in, say, 60 cards or something like that. You know, it may be at the very bottom of your deck after you're finished shuffling it, and so like it may take forever to get to it, but eventually it will get to there. So kind of the same thing here with these perk cards. So it's like, you know, you may put in 5 Spiked Pauldron cards, but you will not actually get it until maybe the very end of the deck because, you know, it's trying to go through, and yeah. Anyway, so there very well may be deck customization there, but we will see. Let's see, Magma Guy says, it's easier. I've done it in Godot and Unity, this exact same thing. Took maybe 3 hours from scratch without me knowing the engines that well, and this was before the advent of AI. Well, yeah, I would imagine that something like this, pretty similar, would be very possible. Yeah. That is RPG Maker for you, though. Okay, this is the way that I use RPG Maker for you, though. I like to make things complicated for no reason at all. But oh well. I'm still confused on this combat. It adds the card's amount from left to right. If it would bust or hit 21, then it attacks. If that attack is less than the monster's number, then it kills the whole hand. Yes. Yeah, so basically the idea is it goes from left to right, and then you have to have it be equal to the monster's armor class, or the combat power, you know, still trying to decide exactly. So you have to keep it under 21, or under less than or equal to 21, but also equal to or greater than the monster's combat power. So if the monster has a combat power of 15, you have to get it between 15 and 21. And then, yeah, so basically it just goes left to right. So, you know, so you'd have the jack and then the queen. There's 20, so it would go. You'd have the king and the 3, that's only 13, so it would draw the X, or the 10, which would then be 23, you would bust, and so then, yes, so your entire hand would go. So that's kind of like and we don't necessarily have to do it this way. I just figured this would be a good way to kind of create like a bit of a I don't know, an incentive, a better punishment for if you either miscalculate or you just, you know, whatever it may be, and then so if you bust, your entire hand is gone, or not, then it just, you know, keeps cycling through. And so basically the idea is you will, you know, there will be a, oh my goodness.
Welcome David Van Housen and your one amazing audience members.
David, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you are here. How'd your stream go? Hopefully it went well for you. But yeah, so basically it is, oh crap, what was I saying? Yes, so basically trying to make it so that if you do bust, it is a larger negative thing. Yeah, so basically the idea is the monster will have a cooldown essentially before they have a chance to attack. And I'm still trying to decide what exactly that cooldown is going to be. It's probably going to be the amount of hands that you can play. And so say, for example, if I were to do this entire hand, that cooldown would go down by 1. So say the monster has a cooldown of like 2, I have a chance of being able to go through 2 full hands before the monster would attack or something like that. Versus if you bust, it would then immediately change the cooldown to 0, and so then the monster would attack instantly. Or it would then just tick down 1 more, but then you wouldn't have as much of a chance to attack. So it's still kind of up in the air there. It'll probably actually be the latter, where as soon as it has to draw a new hand, that is when this counter for the monster will go down, and once it hits 0, the monster then gets to attack, and yeah. So, yeah. Chilling coworker on my game, sup with y'all? Oh, you know, just hanging out, having a good time. Cameron says, guess what? Art! We will be taking a look at that, Cameron. I'm eventually gonna go back to reading my book. Don't worry, we will get to it. Mather says, you made combat much more confusing, and I feel like much less synergy when it comes to the idea of items and upgrades. All in all, this feels like a downgrade from the basic blackjack formula. I'm disappointed. Such a Pirate Software move. No, Mather, please, do not compare me to Pirate Software. Don't worry, I promise. I'll get both combat systems in everybody's hands, and then we can figure out which one is better and more fun to play. The hope is to actually not have the combat just immediately be this. I've been thinking about it, and I am kind of leaning more toward you actually will build up the amount of cards you will actually be able to have in your hand as you progress. I'm thinking about making it one of like your skills you can unlock, where it's like maybe you start with 6 cards. You can draw up to 6 cards. And then when you upgrade, you can go 7, 8, 9, 10, and be able to then expand to the point where you can do a much larger combo, just so that it doesn't feel as crazy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Cameron says, hell yeah, rare success in mobile reply. Studio Measures Games says, same, was surprised. No wish lists for already out games. Wait, what? No wish lists for already out games? No, I'm sorry. I was talking about GTA 6. If that's what you're referring to, and I may have said GTA 5. That's maybe my bad. Let's see. Jesse says, hello. I've always wanted to be a dungeon. Well, Jesse, your dreams can come true. Here in Tomb of Vercilias, you can be the dungeon, the entire dungeon, and nothing but the dungeon. Oops, all dungeons. Let's see. Himbabat says, well, hello again, sir. Did you know I just ruined my game because, because I tried to do, trial and error. I put a lot of plugins on my game. Then, yeah, my game was only displaying error message code. No, that is not good at all. I am so sorry. Yeah, it happens. It happens. You when you start going a little bit crazy with the plugins, it can get a little bit out of control. So, are you able to like remove some of those plugins and have it not error message anymore? I hope. Now I'm confused on world building, story, and lore rather than combat and visual thingy. That's fair. That's fair. And honestly, it is very tempting to get lost in the weeds of plugins. So they are very cool. They are very cool, but they do get a little bit out of hand sometimes. All right, let's see. I can make 3D print you a gnome. If you really want one, you can make 3D print with some colors. True. Maybe I need to get myself a 3D printer. I actually do know quite a few people that have 3D printers. Maybe I'll have someone else do some 3D printing for me. I've got a single AMS, so I can do 4 colors, but you can chain them up for 16 colors per print. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. Oatmeal says, the old combat system was fine. However, it was a lesser version of Gamblers and Degenerates. This new version still has potential and is a new kind of system. And that's kind of the hope. Because here's the thing, like, and maybe, and like I've said this before, maybe I need to actually play Balatro. Because I have not played it, and the reason why I have not played it is because I didn't want to accidentally have any ideas for this game be pulled from Balatro. I just, like, I didn't want to run that risk of, like, you know, even if it was subconsciously just being like, oh, okay, what can I do here? Oh, this is what I could do. I know it's not necessarily a bad thing to copy what is already good. But I don't, like, the last thing I want to do is, and here's the thing. If it is like Balatro, we can go in and change it. But I guess the way that I have heard it explained was that, like, you, like, pick your cards, and then you've got your jacks, your jokers up here. So I thought it was you had your jokers up here, and then you were, like, selecting your cards, and they were, like, so you were basically, like, selecting your hand? That's what I had been told it was. So I was, in my head, I was like, okay, well, like, if you're aligning these, and then you're basically playing your entire hand, but if I am way off, and if this is basically exactly Balatro, then we can look into fixing it. Yeah.
There's a Balatro mod that lets us see the effects.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, maybe I need to, like, I don't know. Maybe I need to at least, like, watch some gameplay or something, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, and that's the thing, is, like, I now am aware that there are other games out there that use blackjack as the combat mechanics, and all the ones that I've seen are either basically exactly how the old combat system was, or they're better than how the old combat system was. So I'm like, well, I gotta figure something out so that it's not, because yeah, it's if you're being basically the exact same way as another game, more often than not, people are going to judge your game based off of the other game that they have seen or played or whatever. And so if our version is the same but not as good, it doesn't matter if there's other things in the game that maybe are better or different. The combat's going to be something that they look at and they go, oh, well, but the combat over here is better than over there. And yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. I do want to make it so that it doesn't feel confusing or overwhelming, so we will figure something out if it does feel like that. Because that is the last thing we want to do. Did I miss gambling yet? Oh, you have not summoned Dev. Okay, actually, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start the coin flip prediction, and then we're gonna go look at art once I get finished up on the chats, and then we're gonna get into this, and we're gonna get this actually working in combat. And yeah, it should be good, because as of right now, it's pretty great that it actually, cycles through everything. It busts when it needs to. It does the soft hands when it needs to. But we do need to get it to the point where it will actually, be fighting monsters and doing all sorts of things. So that is what we're going to get done tonight, and it should be a good time. I hope. So we'll see. All right, let's get that prediction going. Manage predictions. Let's start a prediction. We're going to do heads or tails. Start the prediction. There we go. 5 minutes on the clock. Make sure to get your guesses in and see, is it going to be heads? Is it going to be tails? Who knows? But we'll find out. We will find out. Coin than art. Yes, absolutely coin than art. Still does not change my opinion. I see more potential with the basic blackjack style. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Mathra. I promise. We will get it figured out. Summer and Dev says, "Whoa, the animation's sick. How did you do all this already?" Well, I did spend a bit of time yesterday working on this. It's probably like 2 hours or so that I spent trying to get all of it working. And so again, like, it's working, but it's not completely finished. There's still the bug where when I move the card too fast, it does do some not good stuff. Like it loses track of where it is in the piles, and then it doesn't matter because it's just all sorts of confused. But yeah. So you can now line them up, and it takes care of the soft hands, the busting, the actual attacks, and all that fun stuff. And yeah, it just kind of picks them up in the sections. So I think at this point, the last things we need to do is we need to actually get the UI working. We need to get the monster there. We need to have it actually doing damage, because as of right now, yes, it flashes the screen red, just like that little flicker. But I do want to have more going on. So yeah, and then we also need to get it to where when you're hovering over the sections, it's actually sectioning off and showing you what each section is worth. That way you kind of know. Another thing that I've maybe been thinking about is some kind of other visual indicator as to, and this is where I'm trying to decide. I'm trying to decide what we could do to maybe, and like, so the only thing that I've kind of been able to think about with this is, do you know the combat system in like Final Fantasy X? I know there's plenty of others, but Final Fantasy X, where like it shows the turn order on like the side of the screen, and you can kind of see like what's coming up next. I almost kind of want to try something like that, but maybe like right here along the bottom, it would have the different sections, and they would pop up, and they would just basically show like, oh, sequence 1 is worth this much so far. Sequence 2 is worth this much so far. And it would like, show the number, and then that way you could see, okay, sequence 3 is going to be busting, whatever. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so we'll need to figure out some kind of visual on how to actually represent. The old idea was basically when you're hovering over, it would then basically take the section and be like, okay, this section is going to be worth this much. And so, say for example, this section's going to be what technically it would be right here. This section's going to be what you need to actually go over the monster's armor class. And so if you were to hover over any of this section here, it would highlight this area. The cards would, glow or something, and then it would, show a number, here or something. I don't know. Or maybe when it has, the monster's armor class over here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Magma Guy says you need to play Balatro. It's not optional. You are endlessly going to be compared with it. Yes, rotoring cards is maybe one of the most important parts of it. Oh. Well, that's part of Balatro, just the design. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it looks similar. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Let's see. Studio Majestic Game says, as someone creating a Balatro-like with a twist, I'm astonished you haven't played it. I know. I wanted to avoid it just so that I could, honestly say, because I knew, depending on how many people actually got their eyes on this game, I knew that there would be comparisons to Balatro. If nothing else, just the fact that it's like, oh, your game uses blackjack instead of, oh my gosh, what the freak is it called? Texas Hold'em. It uses that instead of that. So I knew there were gonna be comparisons, and that's why I was kind of like, I wanted to have like legitimate, like a legitimate, honest answer of like, I've never played Balatro, so I don't know. It probably doesn't mean anything at all, because it's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Let's see, Balatro, let's play stream when? Someday soon, I suppose. Now you should definitely play Balatro Moonman. If not, watch some stuff on it. It's a must for researching any game with this style of gameplay. However, Balatro is about getting the highest number. This game is about precision, and that's kind of where I was like I knew the Balatro was very much so like a get big number kind of game, which is very exciting, and that's why I was leaning more towards in this one more of like the RPG elements of like dungeon exploration, and then like the combat is like the only thing that would be somewhat similar. So I don't know. We'll see. Magma Guy says, this is basically someone trying to invent Balatro again, but without knowing about Balatro. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. I dare to play Balatro. I think I have to. At this rate, he is going to change the whole collecting dice mechanic next. No, Mathra. That is actually 100% going to be staying in the game, because technically, the dice is the backbone of the game. The dice was my original idea for this game. Like, the game was going to be nothing but dice. Like, it was literally, you were using D6s, and the D6s were your stats. They were like, that was your health, your defense, your attack, your magic. The monsters all used D6s as well, and that was also their attack, their health, their defense. And then eventually, became the D20s, and then they're still a part of the spells themselves, because, eventually it became the spells. But yeah, so the dice themselves, those are never going away. That is there to stay, if nothing else, because it took forever to get these things working correctly and nicely, and I do not ever want to undo all of that work. So, yeah. Okay, I did not realize how much further behind I was at this. Let's see, this is closer to an auto battler system than Balatro, honestly. If he made that range move around, then it'd add more tactics. Like attack must be between 3 and 8. Could do something like that. The only problem with that is that it's like, with the RNG, you could potentially not even draw a card that would allow you to attack within that range. Because like, you could technically draw, even with 13 cards, you could do 10, 10, 10, 10, Jack, 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 Queen, 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 Queen. And those are all just 10s, so, yeah. So I mean, the armor class is going to change. It's gonna go moving around, and it's not gonna be set to 14. I think, like I said, 17 is probably going to be the lowest armor class for the regular monsters, and then it'll kind of go back and forth between 17 and probably like 17 and 19 for the regular monsters. And like, just like, say for example, if we had it at 18, and again, this is all just RNG, it very well could change and be different, but I'm pretty sure that if I click, it's not going to get through this entire thing. There we go. Yeah, there's a bust. There's a bust. There's a bust. So yeah, it's like, having it as low as it was, that was literally just for like testing purposes. And so for this one, it's closer. But yeah, so having that more narrow, like narrowing the gap for what the armor class is versus what it is when you bust, it will definitely make it so you can't just like click and have it go every single time. And that's where I kind of want to have a little bit more, okay, except for that one. There we go. Again, the RNG. And that's why I kind of wanted to have it be where, like, if you bust, it is going to be a much bigger problem, where it's like, yeah, if you bust, you get attacked, like, no matter what, is kind of where I was leaning to, so that it would, put the player in a much tougher position of, like, you need to actually strategize, like, what hand you're going to be playing, because if you just click, like, yeah, you could get lucky, but there's also a chance that you won't. So yeah, that's, I don't know. Let's see here. Have you played Slay the Spire? I have. We actually played on stream a month ago or something like that. Perhaps not. Dang, that's a ruthless critique. I think no system is definitely improvement overall. And here's the thing, like, I know that everyone's gonna have like their opinion on like what they feel is like the better battle system. And that's why, like, I am still very on the fence about it, is because I'm like, I want it to be more engaging. I want it to be less RNG. I want it to feel like the player has more control over how they're playing the game and how they're actually doing combat. Because, like, yeah, I don't want it to feel like just any regular RPG where you're sitting there pressing A and you're like, attack, 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 attack. Like, I don't want that. I don't want just people to feel like they can just like come in here and just like click and click again and click again and hope like maybe the RNG is good to them, maybe not. So that's kind of where I'm like trying to find that balance of like, I want there to be engagement, and that's where like I don't want people to feel like they can just, you know, because with the old system it was quite, and maybe I can't say that it was literally, but like if I come in here, so if I set that to action, then I come over here and we turn the monsters to on. That's the one. We'll make the spawn higher than usual.
4v1d_h76.
Oh my goodness!
Man into a PNG.
I am a PNG now. Thank you for that. But yeah, so it's like with the old combat, like, yeah, you could sometimes get unlucky and have them get like a really high armor class, and then, you know, you're just kind of drawing and hoping you get good enough, and if you do, then you attack, and then they're dead.
Which is fine. Well then. But again, like, it definitely comes down to the RNG, and it's like, if you get a good hand, great. If not, well, sorry. And I feel like as far as a dungeon crawler goes, I don't want it to feel like it's just chance. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. And then it was like about wish lists for already out games that are probably going to be game of the year. Oh, okay. Wish lists for games that are already out that are probably going to be game of the year. I'm going to say my guess is probably Silk Song. That would probably be my guess for like highest wish lists with a game that's already out. Mather says, I would like to see a good dungeon builder game where your goal is to keep adventurers out, yet attract them in, kind of like the logic in dungeon anime. Wait. A good dungeon builder where your goal is to keep adventurers out, yet attract them in. Oh, yes. So I've actually wanted to make a game like this. There are quite a few.
Victory Gaming Zombie cheered 5 bits. You'll figure it out. We all have faith in you, brother. Keep going.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Little makes me a little nervous, but yeah, it's because that's like the ultimate thing, and I don't know. I want it to be good. Like I want people to get the game and enjoy it, and I want it to be something that is enjoyable. Like I don't want someone to get the game and be like, oh, eh. And I know that's gonna happen, and I'm definitely mentally preparing for that. Like I know there's going to be, no matter how long or how little I spend making this game, I know there's going to be a negative review that comes in. I know there's going to be the issues that people have with the game. But the thing is, like, I'm trying to hedge how many negative experiences there are going to be. And so, yeah, I know it's never going to be perfect. I know it's impossible to make anything perfect. It's impossible to make something that everyone is going to play and enjoy. But yeah, so my ultimate goal is to make it fun, make it so that if people do play it, so long as it's like in the genre of games that they like to play, you know, it being a dungeon crawling, roguelike card game, then hopefully it'll be good. I hope. Fingers crossed. But yeah, Mathra, I have actually wanted to make a game like that. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make it, but I think it'll be a lot of fun to make some kind of game where, yeah, like you're basically like the dungeon master and you're like trying to keep the adventurers out, but they're wanting to come in for whatever reason it is, for the quests they're doing, for the items they want, for your loot. Yeah, I have always wanted to make something like that. And maybe one day. Let's see, is a dispatch? Nope. There's a Balatro mod that lets lets us see the effects. Balatro is about setting up multipliers, ordering cards, and building decks. Fair. Yeah, maybe I just need to like at least watch gameplay and see what it's all like. The future types of those games, there's even a mobile game with the exact premise. The treasure is fake, and the adventurers go in to have fun, and you pay you to do it. Okay, that's actually a really cool concept. I really like that one. All right, everybody. I did just realize that we did not ever do the coin flip. So let's do the coin flip. I'm almost caught up on chat, and then we're going to look at art, and then we're actually going to do stuff. I swear it's going to happen. Oh, wait, Himabed says, well, actually, I'm watching the stream in our living room. My mom said, is that Chris Pratt playing poker right now? I said, no, but she still thinks, and sure that you're Chris Pratt. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. You can just say yes. I will happily accept people thinking that I'm Chris Pratt playing poker. I'm all right with that. I'll see Bryant. Welcome. Glad you're here. Sup, Moonwood Games. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Bryant. How you doing? Don't be overcritical. You can't please everyone all the time. I mean, that's fair. But I feel like of all the people that I don't want to let down, it would be all of you. Everyone who's watching right now, who is watching this game develop and grow and expand and change. I don't want to ever get to the point where you feel like, oh, this game is not the same kind of game as it was a month ago, 2 months ago, a year ago. And so like I feel like that's probably like the biggest thing that I'm like, I don't want to change it from what people who are currently interested are interested in. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, ultimately, again, like I've said, my ultimate goal is to make a fun game that people will enjoy. I know it's not going to be perfect. You can't make something perfect. I know that not everybody's going to enjoy it. Not everybody can enjoy the same thing. But I want to have it be as enjoyable and liked by as many people as possible, with, you know, the obvious potential for the negative reviews as they eventually come in. So, but yes, I will be trying to make it as good as possible. All right, let's do a coin flip really quick. Here we go. We're gonna do ourselves a coin flip. Everybody ready? Remember, it's best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins all the points. All the clams. Here we go. Come on. Oh, all right. We got tails again. It's best 2 out of 3, so it could still go either way. We got 1 tails, 0 heads. 1 tails, 0 heads. Let's flip it again. Ooh, don't you just love it when this happens? All right, we got 1 tails, 1 heads. 1 tails, 1 heads. The next one brings it all home, baby. I don't know why I said baby, but we're gonna go for it again. All right, here we go. Flip one more time. Come on, everybody, cross your fingers. Oh, we got tails. We've got ourselves a tails. We've got 2 tails, 1 heads. Congratulations, tails. I feel like if anyone's keeping track, doesn't it feel like we've had tails win like every single time? Whether it's here, whether it is on my own thing, I feel like tails. Tails is, yeah. Actually, no, I think heads won last time. Never mind. I think I take that back. But congratulations, tails. Well done. Let's manage that prediction. Let's see what, oh my gosh. Okay, so we had 1.4k on heads, and we had 3.6k on tails. Well, tails, congratulations. Well done. Choose the outcome. That was tails. Complete prediction. There we go. Well done, everyone. And if you guessed heads, I am so sorry. Next time, I believe in you. Let's see here. I want that 3K. You can do what you want. But people looking at the game and reviewing are hopefully a broader audience, and they will not know what you personally have or have not played. That's true. That's a good point. All I'm hearing is that lower ranges would be more difficult to hit, so made for only tougher enemies. True. Yeah. The lower, well, if it had to be specifically, and that's where I'm kind of like, I could technically change it to the point where it's like you have to hit within this range of, hit between 3 and 8, right? But then I feel like it removes too much of the blackjack, because the whole point is supposed to be go up as high as you can, up to 21 kind of a thing. So I do like the idea of it being more difficult, but I am kind of like, if we're someone to keep as close to blackjack as possible, I do feel like it needs to be get up to the armor class and then get up as close to 21 as possible, kind of a thing. So, wow. Let's see, miscounted on the first one, but you get the idea. Wait, what do we got here? Ace 866. Oh, yeah. So basically this is kind of like what I was thinking was, yeah, it would either have like some boxes up here that would like show the values or something like that. Yeah, that is like the general idea. And then, yeah, and then if it's not enough to actually get through, it would be in red. Or so basically if it's either not enough or if it's busting, which I guess technically would only be busting up to the end, then yeah. But yes, that's basically the general idea is, yes, something like that. Showing it somewhere above where it's actually showing the, what's it called? The cards themselves. So, yeah. Kind of general idea anyway. The system actually has far more potential than regular blackjack system. Yeah, and it's, I mean, that's the hope. That's kind of like why I wanted to change it to this. But again, it's like, I don't want it to feel like it's overly complicated, because like the last thing you want to do when you're playing a game is have it be work. Like I don't want people to feel like they're having to do math while they're playing, which is why like in the original, I had it like actually just show the number of like, what is your current draw value? Where else do you need to go? And that's why I need to get something like that in here. So I think once I have all the UI elements in here and everything is actually on the screen, it's showing the health, it's showing the countdown, it's showing the armor class, and it's showing all the card values, I think it's going to feel better. I hope. I really hope. And if not, then we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually. How's the damage calculated? So the damage, so all of the actual damage itself is going to work the exact same as the old system did. So basically, you know, this is a necro card, and so when it plays this card, it will do 1 necro damage. This is a pyro card, so it'll do 1 pyro damage when it's played. So basically, when you do this attack, I guess technically this would be a bust. So if we were to do something like 8, and then there's 18. So this one is going to be 18 damage, and it, well, not 18 damage. This is a value of 18, and is going to attack with your pyro spell twice. So it's going to do 2 damage. The other idea, though, behind this, and this is kind of why I was like really wanting to actually do this, is there is actually a benefit for coordinating where your spells actually line up. Because if you can do all of one color in a single sequence. So say, for example, since I need to get at least an 18, here's a 10 and an 8, so this is 18. So it would use these 2 cards to attack. It would then, since it was all pyro damage, it would inflict the monster with a pyro affliction, basically. And so then you would use a element that is strong against pyro if you then wanted to be able to do like double damage or something. So then at that point, I would then try and line up a Hydro attack, since, you know, Hydro is strong against Pyro. Then, yeah, so then next I would want to try and line up my Hydro cards. That way, you're kind of like trying to pick and choose, and you're like, do I want to try and get these elemental debuffs on the monster? Or do I need to like swap in for some other card just because the 5 and the 6 is not going to be enough? I need to add another 5 here. Yeah, so anyway, so that's kind of like the other potential for making the combat a little bit more, you know, if you're actually spending the time to set up your cards correctly, you could wipe out enemies pretty quickly because you can potentially be doing, you know, double damage or something like that. Same thing with the blackjacks. You know, if you were to get a 10 here, and then if we were to do, let's see, we would want a 5 and a 6. There we go. So there's 21 right there. So this would be a blackjack, and so you'd be able to do double damage with this as well. So it doesn't necessarily inflict any kind of elemental debuff, excuse me, to the monster, but it will do, since you got a 21, then it will do double damage. So this would be doing 2 damage, this would do 2, and that would do 2. And that way you can kind of like, yeah, if you're, you know, that way you know what you're trying to prioritize. So if you're able to prioritize and specifically build out a blackjack pyro sequence, then you can both inflict pyro damage and you can be doing double damage with the blackjack. So yeah, so that's kind of where it is. It's like I'm hoping to be able to make it more engaging. Like it may feel slightly slower paced because you're basically like building out your decks before you actually execute them. But that's the hope, is to be able to, you know, make some kind of more yeah, just make it more engaging. Maybe slightly slower paced, again, feeling, but then more engaging in the actual combat itself, where you're like trying to line up these combos, the blackjacks, make sure that you are inflicting elemental damage to give those ailments to the monster. And yeah, because it's I actually went through, so yeah, so basically Pyro will be strong against Geo is strong against Necro, and Necro will be strong against Hydro, and then Hydro strong against Pyro. And yeah, and so that's basically how you would want to be lining up your cards to be able to allow you to do the optimal amount of damage. And then, you know, same thing, the monsters will have their own elements as well. Not all of them, but some of them will have their own elements. And so if you are fighting some kind of monster that is a pyro monster, they will all excuse me, oh my gosh. They will always have a pyro element to them, and so you could just prioritize doing nothing but hydro damage to them, and you would be doing more damage to them anyway. So that's kind of the reason why I really wanted to change this, so that like it just felt like it was going to be more engaging. I hope it's the goal anyway. It's the goal. Let's see, how's the damage calculated? You'll figure it out. We have faith in you. Keep it up, brother. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the bits as well, but then also thank you for the words of encouragement. Victory Gaming Zombie, I do appreciate that. Magma Guy says, actually, so far I'm in my crawling. The most wish list is for Claire Obscure. Oh, I could actually see that. I could see that. Not Silk Song, probably because Claire Obscure is 50 euros and Silk Song is 20. So if you really want Silk Song, that's it's much more affordable. That is fair. That's a good point. Yeah. Most people, I feel like if they're wanting something like Silk Song, yeah, 20 euros is not that crazy to be like, I can come up with that. 50 euros, you do kind of have to think about that a little bit more. It's like, you know, Silk Song, it's like, all right, I can sacrifice lunch for 3 days, or I've got to sacrifice lunch for like a week and a half to get Claire Obscure. So yeah. But yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. My points. No. No heads won yesterday. Okay, that's what I was thinking. As soon as I said that, I was like, wait, never mind. I think it did. This is what I get for betraying Tails. I've only ever put on Tails. Actually, 3K, it just looked so delectable. It's true. Miles would be proud. Only lost 888 points. It's not too bad. This never played. Wait, this never played. No, it played. At least I heard it. Did everybody else hear it? I hope so. It actually did play. I heard it. Oh, okay, cool. Must be deaf. Maybe you had the streamer tab muted. The Blanchard dev had a study about showing the outcome of a playing of a hand before as you structure it, and ended up deciding against it, as it led to people just brute forcing solutions and not really engaging with things about the gameplay as much. Plus, much less exciting to see it play out. True. And that's why we've also kind of talked about this, which is the idea of, I think what I want to do is I want to have a couple different options, because I want to have this game be as accessible as possible. That's the other goal of mine, is making it fun, but I also wanted to make it accessible. So eventually I do want to add like controller support as well. It's never going to be able to be played on consoles, unfortunately, just because RPG Maker does not do console. So unless I can somehow hire someone to remake this game in a different engine that can actually work on console, probably not ever going to be on console. But yeah, so I do want to make it as accessible as possible. And one of the accessibility things is I do want to make it so if people don't want to do the math and they just want to have it show and be like, look, it's this is what you'll get. You know, this is how much this sequence is. This is how much this sequence is, so on and so forth. Then, you know, people can turn that on, or we'll have it on by default. And if people want to turn it off because they're like, I don't want to see that, I want to like be building out my own stuff, then we can do that as well. So yeah, we'll see. But that is kind of cool though, that he had put it, like, built out this whole system and then got rid of it eventually. Again, though, Blotro is highest number. The game is precise. This game is precise. The player knowing the exact amount is important info and relieves the thought stack. And that is another thing too. Yeah, you definitely do have to you do have to make sure that you are actually being precise with it. It's not just make the number as big as possible. But you know. RPG Maker MV player is on the PS5. Wait, what? There's an RPG Maker MV player? I had no idea. I actually had no idea. Is this true? What? I'm gonna have to look into that, because that would be really nice if there actually is something like that. That'd be pretty great. I would like that. Let's see. Okay, now we're gonna respond to YouTube chats, and then we're gonna look at art, and then we're gonna get some stuff done. I am so sorry. It's been like nonstop talking for this entire hour. That is my bad. Summer Dev says, what? No way. How long has that been a thing? Okay, now I actually, RPG Maker MV player PS5. What are your opinions on the console version of RPG Maker MV? Well, is this just RPG Maker with? 'Cause I know that's on the Switch. Huh. RPG Maker MV player. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to look into that, because I had absolutely no idea. I had no idea there was an RPG Maker player on the PlayStation Store. Huh. I mean, that's good to know. That is good to know, because I thought that for sure this could never be played on console. But if you can, then I will absolutely make sure that there is controller support, because that would be good to have. That would be very good to have. Okay, let's see. Don't be overcritical. You can't please everyone all the time. You've not tried Balatro, and you're making a blackjack game. You gotta try some Balatro. It's poker, but it's a roguelike poker game. Yeah, and here's the thing. I know of Balatro. Like I've said, like people have told me about it. I've seen like pictures of Balatro, but like I have purposely avoided gameplay and like actual like watching videos of it as well. Which, again, like it was pointed out, no one's really gonna care what I haven't played. They're just gonna see the game and be like, oh, this is like Balatro kind of a thing. So I don't necessarily have to stay away from it. But, I mean, to be fair, Balatro coming out and doing as well as it did, it's what inspired me to make this game, but it didn't inspire this game. It inspired me to make this game because I was like, okay, if he can do it, I can do it. Like, sure, it's never gonna be as big as Balatro. I mean, again, like I've said this before multiple times on stream, if I can sell even just enough copies to half of you watching, like I will be over the moon excited and happy for that. So, yeah, it's I know it's not going to be game of the year or anything like that, but even if just a few people can play it and enjoy it, and so long, like the biggest thing is so long as it can be a fun game that I actually finish, like that's going to be my biggest accomplishment, is actually finishing the game. And so, yeah, so what was that? Oh yeah, that's right. So it inspired me to make the game, but not necessarily inspired me to make the game. It was just that I was just like, okay, yeah, if he can do it, I can do it. Let's do this. Let's make a game. And yeah. So make a game you're proud of and let the haters hate. Do you have a mutator that changes the goal from 21 to something else, albeit temporarily? And that's kind of the thing, is we absolutely could. And this is where I have ideas for how we can change up the system as well, specifically like with perk cards, where it could be, you know, maybe specific perk cards would be something like, hey, on the, I don't know, second hand, your first and last cards will always be an ace or something like that. There's also the opportunity for turning aces into more like wilds instead of just 1s and 11s. They could be wild cards, and so they would basically just fill in with whatever amount, and that could be a perk card as well. Actually, yeah, we talked about this before. The perk card, we were going to call it aces or wild, and yeah, it was basically just going to be, so long as you had that perk card, it would turn all of your aces into wilds, and so they could be anywhere from 1 to 11 in value. And yeah, and then there's also other things, you know, some other things that I was thinking about was like specific to items. You know, you could have specific items, say for example, you know, maybe not this one exactly, but say for example, with this item, this green item, if you were to hover it over, okay, that's bad example, but if you were to hover it over a card and then drop it onto a card, it would change that card from a hydro to a geo. Or you could have some kind of other item that changes your cards from a necro to a pyro, and things like that. So that way you could like also change things up, you know, they'd be one-time use, and so you'd want to buy some items, make sure you can actually like swap your cards elements out, and yeah, so it's just other ways to like change it up just a bit. I feel like could be fun. Then yeah, also doing things like with the mini bosses, because the mini bosses, like, they'll have higher armor classes, but it could also be like the mini bosses could also have their own negative things that they do to your hand, which is basically, hey, if you play, you know, an entire, I don't obviously like just spitballing here, but it's like, hey, if you play 2 consecutive solid elements, like elemental sequences, you know, some negative thing happens. You know, it randomizes the elements in your hand or something like that. So yeah, definitely something that I want to look into to make it even more interesting with the combat and the systems and things like that. Like 210 or something to allow more stuff to be played. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like there could also be like items, there could be the perk cards, whatever it may be, that you could increase that limit and no longer. But again, like the default would be 21, because again, I'm trying to still keep with the whole blackjack thing. But yeah, that's the hope anyway, is to make it a little bit more engaging and fun and exciting. Fingers crossed. I had same thought, but it doesn't say with or Trinity. Yeah, because I think that with is a Switch exclusive. I'm pretty sure. Honestly, Cryptid mod is the best Balatro mod. Well, I will probably play regular Balatro, and then I will maybe switch over and do some modding once I actually, you know, I've played the game and know what's going on there. All right, let's take a look at the art and stuff like that in the channel, and then let's get to work. Let's do some stuff. Let's make sure that we, you know, get some stuff done tonight. Oh my gosh, what the protocap? Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. I don't know why, but this guy's my favorite right here. This guy right here. I mean, this guy's kind of cool too, but I think he's my favorite. He reminds me of a homeless, I almost said Squidward. Friggin', what's this guy from Futurama? Oh my gosh. Zoidberg. He reminds me of like a homeless, weird, mutated Zoidberg. Just a little bit. Wait a minute. Okay, for a second I thought the eye on the backpack blinked. I was like, that's creepy. Oh my gosh, that guy's even creepier. Freaking clown guy over here. That is absolutely fantastic. I love that. That is a beautiful protocap. Okay, now I get what you're meaning when you said you were going to submit some art examples to like show what you're capable of. These are fantastic. These are absolutely beautiful. I wish that I could make anything even half as good as this stuff. Oh, so cute. Oh my gosh. This is another project that I feel like I've always wanted to make, and Loki is one who inspired, and I absolutely would love to make something, some kind of like pet simulator or emulator or something like that. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Just like some kind of like idle pet emulator. Oh gosh. Okay, yep. You're too good at what you do. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's see, Nicholas says, I'm starting from scratch. I'm asking you, since you are more talented than me, is my line work good or no? I'm going to assume you're asking somebody else, and not me, because I am definitely not. Yeah, I would say the line work is looking pretty good. I would recommend, and this is like, I don't know if you're necessarily asking me, and this is not necessarily even anything you have to take into consideration. I would highly suggest when you're drawing the shapes to draw much lighter, because especially if you're doing line work and you're like trying to get that practice and down. But even like regardless, even if you are a trained professional, for your initial lines, I would very much recommend drawing lighter. Just so that like you can erase things easier if you ever need to go back and correct things. It also just helps in it gives you a, you know, if you're drawing lighter, you know, it gives you a chance to like go back and forth, which I'm seeing you like you're doing some of that here, where like you're going back and forth quite a bit. It gives you more of a chance to like go back and forth, like refine those lines as you're going, and then if they're light enough, then when you go back over and draw with a deeper darker color, it's easier again to like erase it and just have it not even be noticeable. But yeah, I think it's looking fantastic though. I suggest using graph paper or grid paper to help you with your lines, or using a ruler. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. See, Cameron says, Avriel with the wings she grew. Hey, very nice. Those are beautiful wings. Love the hair. Love the, I'm guessing headpiece, or is, no, these wouldn't be the ears. Are these the ears? Maybe these are the ears. It almost kind of looks like a headpiece. Either way, looks absolutely fantastic. Love the armband. Looks great. The shirt looks fantastic. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so obviously barefoot. We got some stuff around the calves. Is this? I'm trying to figure out if this is a skirt or if these are like shorts. And then we got the like little the feathers, or you know, the designs coming off the bottom. Yeah, that looks absolutely fantastic, Cameron. Very well done. Yeah, I like it. Look into perspective drawing. Yeah, and that's like perspective is a very difficult thing to get. And but yeah. And honestly, like practice makes perfect. So yeah, Nicholas, if you are watching, 100%, absolutely. Practice makes perfect. And so yeah, just keep going. And yeah. And obviously, you know, I know there's a lot of tutorials out there online, but yeah, hopefully some good stuff for you. And yeah, but these are looking really good. But yeah, probably my one suggestion with my very limited art knowledge is just if you're doing line work, try to go as light as possible, and then just go with it as many times as you possibly need to. And again, you know, either graph paper or a ruler is a very great thing to do. Okay, that is actually working good. Magma Guy says, oh, before I go, I think your page is missing some key tags like card battler. That's a tag on Steam. Oh, I do need to add that. I think that I hit my limit and I was just like adding whatever I could think of. I do need to go back through though, and I do need to change the tags though. I just noticed because the rec system I made was putting your game alongside some not so relevant games. Yeah, I definitely need to do a little bit more research on like what kind of tags should be on there to get it next to the correct related games. That's her ear? Okay, all right. I wasn't quite sure. I was like, I can't tell if it's an ear or a headpiece. Yeah, looks absolutely beautiful. Shorts with fringe hanging off. Beautiful. What's a game? A game is a very fantastical game. It's beautiful. It's beautiful stuff. All right, everybody. Now that I've caught up, let's do some work, shall we? Let's do some work. Let's get the monsters in here. Let's get the new UI in here. Let's get this thing going. It should be a good time. So here's what I'm kind of thinking we're going to do. So as of right now, is it right here? So this is the monster card draws. I'm going to set that to action button, and I'm going to move that down here. I'm actually going to set all of these to action button so that nothing happens there. And then same thing here, this is the mini-boss stuff, which there is so much here. Woo! Yeah, so I think what we can do is we just need to make it so that when you walk into a room with the monsters, maybe I don't necessarily need to be setting all of these to action button, but yeah. I wish you could kind of bulk change the trigger on each page, but oh well. Oh well. Okay, so there we go. That is the combat out of the way. Now it's this stuff right here. So with this one, I believe what we're going to do is we're going to set that to if self-switch A is on, then you are event 32. So then over here, when you come in here, we're going to say add new room info. So there should be somewhere here. Somewhere along here should turn on a self switch that shows the monsters, and this says 9-4A to false. Oh, okay, so that's oh, that's on this event. Okay. 9-15A to, okay, so if mini boss room is true, is if you're in the mini boss room, then it sets 9-15A to true. If you're in the regular monster room, then we're setting 9-12A to true. Okay, so here's what we want to do then. Just to like not get rid of any of this stuff, let's just comment out this code. I think that just gets out the line. Pretty sure. We're going to say 9-32A to true. And then same thing here. Let's just comment out that code, turn that to true. Okay. So that should just get rid of the regular combat for there. Yeah. You want me to send you you want me to send you the compare page on my website so you can see what Belatro's tags are next to yours? Absolutely, Magma God. That would be fantastic. I would love that. Franz, long. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a misspelling. Yes, Franz. Okay, that's good to know. That is good to know. I like it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's like a whole actual comparison. Oh my gosh, what? What? Data installation in progress. Some stats may appear incomplete. Good to know. Good to know. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what do we got here? What do we got here? So we got Belatro, obviously. About the game. Hidden indie gems. Rated, popular. Okay, so we would have the tags here. So we got the genres and then the user tags. Yeah, I do feel like it would be very beneficial for me to go in and probably have it slightly more close to what's going on here versus what I've got. That would definitely be a good thing to do. So yeah, because like you were saying, the comparisons popular in this genre. Yeah, that's not exactly. Wizardry, I mean that close, because Wizardry is actually one that I am kind of trying to be similar to. The original Wizardry. Highly rated, similar. Yeah. Yeah, so there definitely is a little bit of work that I'm gonna have to go through, just to like have it be not quite as much. But still, though, it's not too bad. Just a little bit of changes. We should be good to go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I'm definitely keeping that open so I can go back and look at it a little bit more. Yeah, Card Battler is big. It really is. It is a very big category and section to be in. And that's the thing, is like, I want enough tags to like have the game be in like mainstream tags, but I also want some tags that kind of like put it out on its own thing. So, I don't know. Surprised you put CRPG. I mean, it is technically, but not many are a card game. Yeah, CRPG. Yeah. Again, I think I need to go through and I need to re-tag the Steam page. I need to just redo the Steam page anyway. The fact that it's up is good, but I do need to redo it. I need to update the screenshots. I need to get a trailer in there. I need to redo the tags and the about section. And yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that I need to update on it. There's a tags-based search system. Might want to look at that. It lets you select every tag and play with what space you'll be projected to be in. Ooh, that would be really nice to have. You can chain tags and see how that influences which spheres you're in. Ooh, okay, all right. I like that. Let's see, there. And then we go over here. Yeah, that would be good to be able to do. Yeah, just so I can get like a better idea of like where I stand, you know? Just like, you know, what am I going to be in? What am I going to show up around? Because that's the thing, is like, I want people who are playing games like this to be able to find my game. So, a bit that says choose tag. Yeah, I'll definitely need to experiment with that. I do feel like I do need to actually start work on the game, just because I know there's been a lot of talking tonight, and I apologize for that. But hopefully it's been enjoyable, entertaining, maybe. Fingers crossed. But let's jump in here. So, I believe at this point we should be able to find combat, and it should just pull up the new system. Should being the key part here. Let's go find some combat. Balls. What? Where was that even coming from? What was that? Can I read property X of undefined? Okay. But like all of this should be disabled. I mean, I guess technically that one's not. Would that have, like, one page have been enough to actually make it do that? No? Okay, so something else is still functioning. Oh! There we go. Card draw / attack. Yes, this is another one that we can drag down here. Set you to action button. Load it. Okay, all right. Let's set all of this to action button. and I'm only doing all of these because... Yeah, because there's a chance that I may use this variable at some point in time, and if these aren't set to parallel, we're going to run into some problems. Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, that one actually kind of scared me. This is the line with Steam's... Sorry, that popped up over it. Steam's Rec Algo, though. When picking tags in Steam, it shows what games it sees are similar to yours. I don't know. Magma Guy says, yeah, of course, good stream. Thank you. Of course, this uses their tags. You're just seeing what your product would be associated to. Uses their tags, but does it follow the same algorithm? That's where I don't know. I know you're asking Magma. No, not the same algorithm, because there's not just one algorithm for Steam recommendations. Each storefront page has at least half a dozen, but it will reliably put you in the correct neighborhood. All right, that is fair. That is fair. Okay, there we go. I mean, it's still... I don't know what's making that happen. Player damage. Room decor animations. Menu items / skill tree. Perk tooltip. All of these should just be action buttons. This is saving throw. Skip saving throw. Like, why? 32. Then over here, we want to say... So if you're in the regular monster room, turn on 932A to true.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Check memes. You should do something similar for your What's This Game About thesis.
Now I'm worried. I'm nervous. All right, what do we got here? There we go. We've got ourselves some memes. Oh no. Why is Zem playing in German? All right, let's see what's going on here. I hope there's nothing copyrighted on here.
Oh, why am I playing in German? Hold on, I got you. So, you want to know why I'm playing in German. Take a look at this. This is Hollow Star Studios. At the beginning, you're forced to wait here until the director shuts the fuck up. In German, he talks 3.7 seconds faster than he does in English. There you go. That's the reason.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah. I like that. What's this game about these? I do need to get that, and yeah, that is hilarious. I do think I need to get some kind of like pre-recorded video that's just like, if people are like, what's this game about? I can just be like, hit play, and then I walk away and I get some water. Be a good time. You pre-recorded a video to play when someone asks. It's a much better way of going about it than having to explain it every single time. I should do that. I should 100% do that. That's the way to go. That is hilarious, though. Okay, let's see here. Oh, that... Okay, yeah, that would do it. That would do it. So, they're both... Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm an idiot. That's why. That's why that's happening. You turn on B, and then this is if B is on. We come over here. Okay, all that fun stuff. Okay, so this is all the attack stuff. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. And somewhere in here, there should be something turning off B. We also need to turn off A. Well... Nope, that would be somewhere else. Because this is just the initialization. Okay, so I think at this point then, we should be able to say, when we get into combat, it's a lot of Axel's daggers of damage, and no cheese. But eventually there will be cheese. There we go. That's better. That's better. Okay. So let's say we're going to have it wait 0 amounts of times. Yeah. And so we've got 10 frames that it waits after it shows that stuff. That should be good. That should be good. Okay. Now, trying to decide. Okay. There we go. So obviously we've got these UI elements that we need to not show. Why would that be showing right there? It's not a full UI element, is it? No, no, no. What about in the parallaxes? Okay, that's the old one. There's none of those. So somewhere, there's a card being shown for the draw pile. But I don't know what it is that would be showing that. Because right here... Aha! Card decks. Image layer 26. Okay, that would do it. That would do it. Someone call that a trailer, Moonman? You're not wrong, Divas Oatmeal. You're not wrong. That definitely would be a trailer. I see some dev autoplay their trailer when people raid or ask questions. That could be a good way to go as well. I love this Moonman. I love this Moonman jacket, but I wish it had a zipper jacket. I wish it was a zipper jacket. Yeah, I feel like I feel the same way whenever I get like a hoodie. Like sometimes I like absolutely love that it's a hoodie, and then other times I'm like, I wish this had a zipper. I feel ya. I feel ya. I can't remember. Was there like a zippered jacket on the store? I honestly don't even remember now. Probably doesn't look good, does it? Okay. Let's see here. So we are going to, let's just, again, trying to not override anything. We're going to just put that to 0. Okay. So now at this point, we should just be able to come in here and say, all right, or we can get into a trap room. There we go. Okay, so at this point, we just need to get rid of all of these UI elements that pop up, which shouldn't be too bad. Let's hide everything else that's not currently showing. Now I have to decide, do I reuse all of these UI elements? And have to rebuild everything? Or do we just hide them all, create all new ones, and then if we never switch back, then we just use these again? I think we're just gonna hide everything. Yeah, I think that's the plan. We're gonna do 0 and 0. U 0 and 0. Okay, so we want to keep that guy. Want to keep that guy. That guy. 0 0. Zero opacity. So yeah, so I'm just kind of going through. If there's a place where I can change the opacity, I set it to 0. Other things like these image layers, they have to, I just change, whoop! My camera
has been inverted. Whoop! And I'm now. Oh my gosh. This is just everything back to back, isn't it? Anything and everything. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Thank you for doing everything here. I do appreciate it.
Very much so. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And the physical stuff and the stretches. Oh my gosh. Do you know what I just realized?
Axel_Benedict just redeemed Stree.
Jeez. So I just realized someone a very long time ago, like literally at the beginning of the stream, where would it have gone? Where would it have gone? We had another stretch from Cameron. Oh my gosh, yes. Cameron redeemed stretch, and I never stretched. That was an hour ago. Cameron, I am so sorry. There's just been so much going on. We're gonna do that. We are gonna do that, and we are... There's all sorts of things we're gonna be doing now. Okay, let me just finish up with these UI elements really quickly. We got the one there. Okay, that should be fine. There we go. All right, cool. So now all the old UI elements for the battle system are gone. So it should just be... when you go into combat, it should just... What? Can I read property clamp of undefined? What? What the freak is clamp? And why can't it identify? Like, what do... What? I'm sorry? What is that? What if we add a little bit of a weight again? Is there some weird stuff going on here? What is this? What is happening? What do you mean you can't... What? Okay, I'm gonna have to Google this if this doesn't change anything. And I probably should just Google this now, but I'm just gonna set that back to how it was. Okay, so it's when I go into combat. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's turn those off. Can I read property Y of undefined? Okay. The only thing that I could see it potentially being is this guy right here. So if screen picture 29 equals undefined, I think it's probably going to be something here. Yeah? Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's jump in here and do some bicep curls, some chest benders, and some stretching. Let's do this. We're going to do the first stretch for Cameron that was an hour ago. And then we're going to do the chest benders, the bicep curls, and then another stretch after that. So, oh, here we go. Let's do some stretching. This way. And this way. Oh, and there we go. Backwards. Oh, that was a good stretch. That was good. All right, let's jump up. Let's do some bicep curls, some chest benders, and some more stretching. Shall we? I think we shall. Let's crank the jams and get some stuff going on here. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Count them out with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now for the chest benders. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that hurt. That hurt something bad. Get out of here, green screen. Oh. All right, let's do one more stretching. Here we go. This way. And the other way. Oh. And backwards. Backwards. Ooh. Ooh. All right, that actually felt good to stand up and move around a little bit. I was stationary for way too long, so thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Okay, So, this error. I gotta Google this, because, like, RPG Maker MV cannot read property. Nope. Cannot read property clamp of undefined. What the freak is clamp? Okay. MV indicates there's a script. Indicates that a script or plugin is attempting to use the clamp function on an object that does not exist or has not been properly defined. Oh. I think I actually know what it is now. I think it's something to do with the some randev plugin. That's probably my bad, actually. Now that I think about it, that probably is my bad. So yes, I think probably what happened is when I went through here and I...
Bread.
Crap. I think... No, maybe? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Cancel all that. Let's come back over here. I have a backup of the game. Documents. Games. Tomb of Vercilias. JavaScript. Wait, where would it be? Is it in the Super Tools engine? I think it'd be this guy. Think? Maybe? No. Would it be under... Crap, no, I don't know. I don't know where these things get stored. Data? Action, animation, armor, battle classes, common events, data, EX, enemies, items. You got all the map data. Map HUD? Maybe it's in this guy. But is this actually conditions? Oh my gosh, is this actually Summer and Dev? Is it all on just one line? Oh my gosh. All right, well, good to know. So if we copy that, that should be the old one, I think. Nope, that's in my downloads. Let's go over to the backup data. And this is the map HUD. Map HUD.json. Let's open that up. So this should be the old one. Okay. That should be the old one. So let's copy that. Close that. Then we want to open up this map HUD. And then it should be almost the same. With some differences, yes? That is the exact same. I think. Pretty sure. Now it's got me all worried. Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, so this is the one this is my backup. I just close both of these. Close, don't save. Okay, let's see what happens. So if I open up this one, that is in my documents. Let's copy that. That's my backup. Show. Copy that. Delete or close, whatever. Because then over here, the map HUD. This is in my downloads. So this is the current one that we need. Paste that. Save it. Okay. Now, we should be able to come over here. And let's see what happens. Let's see if it still throws up the error. Okay. Following the footsteps of many others who have been trying to raise their completion rate in games, I'm getting a 100% trophy in as many games as I can. I only have a 29% completion rate, up from a 28 I had when I started, just to get the platinum for a game after 16 years. Loki, that is a lot of effort. But I salute you. That is way better than what I am so bad at 100% in games. Like, it's not good. Yeah, that is super awesome though. But hey, 29%. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. And yeah, we'll see you on the Thursday stream, I hope. Fingers crossed. Okay, so it's not in there. Where does it keep that then? It's not in data. And it's not saving it, like that's just the JavaScript file. Audio. I would assume it's in here. Windows, weapons, troops, tile sets, system, states, skills, notes, map info.json. This is just gonna be, yeah, that's just all that stuff. Okay. There's none of that. I would assume it's this guy. maphud.json. Okay. Can I wonder if I can do this. Maybe. Can I open up F12? Okay, so I have everything here. Can I sell it to not no. I don't think no, that's not. Okay, well, crap. What are the options? I might need to close that. Okay, so over here in documents, this is the backup of it. So you're 94 and you're 93.9. Oh, never mind. 93.9. Ooh, yeah, so I'm trying to think of where else. I'm gonna have another backup here, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the exact same. So if we go to data, map HUD, that is 93.9. Replace. Well, this is very awkward. Very, very awkward. What was I working out of? Was I working out of off of my flash drive? Oh my gosh, I was. Okay. Hold up. Okay. I need to like rename my backups to something different. Okay, so I had the game on my flash drive. I also have it in my downloads and in my documents. All technically backups. And then I thought that I was working off of the one out of my downloads, but apparently not. So, I have the map HUD backup in my documents. I was working out of the project on the flash drive. That would make sense why sometimes it was loading really slowly. So that means the one on the flash drive is the one that is broken, saying the clamp is undefined. So if I come over here to data, the map HUD is 93.9. But what we need to do is we need to copy the map HUD JSON from my documents to the flash drive, paste that in there, yes. And then we open this back up, make sure this one is working, and then if it is, I'm going to replace the one in my downloads, and we're going to work off of that. Oh my gosh, just let me know if it's working or not. Okay, oh my gosh. That terrified me. I thought that I had copied over things and that we were going to have a big problem. Not unrecoverable, but a problem. Okay, so that means I need to... Oh, gosh. Whoa. Okay, so I need to copy the one from my flash drive. I need to go to my downloads. I need to delete the one from my downloads. And then paste from the flash drive to my downloads. Open up the one in my downloads. Open this one up. Open this one up. And now, this should be the updated version where I have disabled the old combat system, enabled the new one, but without getting rid of these UI elements. Oh my gosh, okay. That was very worrisome for a second there. I thought that I had broken it. Good times. Good times. Okay, so let's, again, get rid of these UI elements, but I'm going to do this, though. We're going to say, let's just create a different switch. We're going to call this one. We're going to use its free real estate, because this one has been empty for so long. So we're going to call this one, show old battle HUD. Yeah, that is switch number 62. So then over here, instead of changing the opacity, because that seems to have messed up things badly. So now we want to say the HUD maker, and we want to say hide everything else. 15 out of 33. Rancid corpse. Okay, so we want to say you will show. Then nope. And if game switches dot value 62 is equal to true. Okay, this way I can actually hide things instead of just changing their opacity, because apparently it did not like that. It did not like that I tried to just change the opacity of everything. It really freaked out. It really freaked out there. It's the 4 we're going to keep, that 4 we're going to keep, that we're going to keep, this we are not keeping, that we are not keeping, I hope that's not what was causing the issues. I guess we'll find out. we got the ones. We've got this gauge. Why would that image gauge be showing? That should not be showing. Is that... Yeah, hold up. Because this is the whole skill tree thing in here. So here, if 148 is equal to true. So yeah, so 0 of 10. You, my friend, need a condition. There we go. Okay, holy smokes. Perfect. Now we can come over here and we can say, let's go find combat. Didn't break. For you. Okay. There we go. Now if I try to leave, it's going to be very broken. Because that's going to show above that. Those aren't going to erase. Yeah, that's going to be a bit. That's going to be it. It's okay. We're here to do the work, so let's do the work. All right, so I want to make it look more like this. Yeah. So we've got the health, we've got the draw power, or the armor class. I also want to show this somewhere. I don't know where this is going to be though, because this is just like basically just showing the diagram of like weaknesses versus strengths, like, you know. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to show that. Could be somewhere down here in these corners, because there's nothing technically going in these corners yet. These are just very blank corners here. We'll figure it out. What UI elements do I have already with these? So we have this red. We got purple. I think I want to get green. Got the filler. We should already have... There we go. Set in there. Let's upscale that to 400%. Save that as downloads, Tomb of Vercilias, images, some random dude, HUD, images, filler, green. The green, the red, we already have those back HUD elements there. Okay. Let's grab this. So we want to see. This is 9-1A set to false. Crap. There we go. 9-1A set to false. Undefined. Good enough. It made it false. Coco says, hello, Mr. Moonwood. Welcome, welcome, Coco. How's it going for you? Hopefully you're having a good week so far. Okay, so we've got that disabled. So now let's get all the UI elements in here. Really quickly, let's turn on 62. That is definitely not everything that should be in here, but, oh well. Wow, that is a lot of different conditions right there. Holy smokes. Okay, let's just do this guy. You are if 1048 is equal to false. 13 is equal to true. 15 is equal to false. Oh my gosh, why are there so many conditions? I mean, there's a reason that I did them, so I'm gonna keep all those conditions. Just copy that. Let's come back out here. We're gonna turn off 62. All right, now let's create all the new elements. Oh my goodness.
Welcome Motzi Makes and your 12 amazing audience members.
Motzi Makes, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How'd your stream go for you? Everybody, shout out to Motzi Makes. So let's do a little, if I can remember how to do this, slash shout out at Motzi Makes. There we go. That's the one. Hey, there we go.
Thanks
thank
for
you.
The follow.
Oh
Motzi
my goodness.
Makes.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Went good. Your game looks fun. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, we're redoing some of the combat system, so it's a little bit weird right now, a little janky looking, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Yeah, we're trying to make the combat a little bit more engaging, a little bit more fun, make it so you can kind of, you know, create these sequences and I can't think of the right words. I'm so sorry. It's been a stream so far. It has been a stream, but yeah, I do appreciate the raid. So thank you so much. Anything you want to highlight? Anything like what were you up to on your stream tonight? Would absolutely love to hear about it. Okay, so we need the UI elements. So we need the health and the armor class. Yeah. Working on Altarium Shift, retro style JRPG. Ooh, sounds like fun. Let's see, Altarium Rift. Oh, wait, I think I've seen this one. I don't know if I have it on my wish list. But hey, looks like a good time. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Even though it's a turn-based game, we're making map abilities. So I was working on the on-map slashing. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, very cool. For some reason, like I'm recognizing some of these screenshots. And I thought I had it wishlisted, but I guess not. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be wishlisting this. There we go. Yeah, very cool, very cool. Yeah, embark on a journey through the living world of Altaria and experience its dynamic quest, unique turn-based combat, and choice-driven storylines. With 3 branching narratives and unforgettable characters, Altarium Shift is a retro-inspired JRPG that offers a new adventure with every playthrough. Yeah, this looks really nice. I like it. Yeah, that's the game. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like I don't know what it is about it. Like I recognize pieces. And so I'm like, I don't know if like I've seen it somewhere else or what it is. Yeah, I think it looks really nice though. I love the look of it. Thanks, your name looked familiar, but I'm not sure where. Were you at PAX? I was not at PAX. I would absolutely love to go to PAX one year. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I mean, I've done a couple collabs with a couple different content creators. I've worked with like, I don't know if you know Sumran Dev, Toasty, if you know Toasty. I'm trying to think of like anyone that like I would have collabed with. I've done, I mean, I've you know got a bit of a following over on YouTube. I've done a couple game jams, maybe some game jams. I don't know. I don't know. But either way, I do appreciate the raid, though. I do appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Either way, I am very appreciative, though. But yeah, definitely wish list this and would, yeah, absolutely love to take a look at it sometime. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so I appreciate you dropping in. I do know that, you know, if you get a raid and run, totally understandable, no worries at all. I know that it can be a lot to go through an entire stream and then you know, and then still have to stick around. So if you gotta go get food, water, sleep, whatever it is, totally understandable, no worries at all. Thanks, man. Nice to meet you. I do need to raid and run, so have a great rest of your stream. Yeah, no worries. Well, I do appreciate it. And yeah, to everybody else that's here, if it seems like something you'd be interested in, it's a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. So, you know, very, very retro style. And yeah, basically the combat is based off of blackjack, and yeah, you're just going through this randomly generated tomb, fighting monsters, collecting items, and eventually trying to find the dark mage who you are you know, have not a contract, but there's a bounty on the mage's head, and so you are going to try and fulfill that bounty and find the black mage, and you know, hopefully bring him to justice, because he's been looking into the dark magics, and the king says that's a no-no. So yeah, if it seems like it'd be something that you'd be interested in, yeah, would absolutely appreciate a follow, but if not, totally understandable. And yeah, either way, I do appreciate you being here, though. Okay, so yes, so the UI elements, we need to get those things up and going. So let's create a new UI element. We're going to, oh wait, I think I just yep, I copied that, crap. Okay, so I need to go back into, where's it gonna be? I guess we just need to unhide everything. Oh wait, no, that's what I did last time. Let's open this up. Let's go to switch number 62, turn that to on. Now we can look at the old HUD. Pull that up. So we're saying if game switch value 148 is equal to false, and if 13 is equal to true, and 15 is equal to false, and 22 is equal to true, and 23 is equal to false, and then I believe it's this last one is okay. So we can ignore that last one. Let's just go to here, copy that entire condition, and now we can come back out here, turn that off. Cool. All right, let's grab this guy, throw in that condition, refresh, awesome. So, I'm now just realizing we do not need, I mean, we do need text, but not yet. We need, we can stick with the text. Yeah, we'll be fine with the text. We also need to create a picture. I guess it'd be a picture. Yeah, let's go with a picture. Create new. This is going to be, the monster frame invent, no. Monster HP back. Nope, that's the old one. Puzzle orb border. That's the one. That's the ticket. Ah, crap. I forgot that clicking up here in this area activates this. So that's good times. Okay, let's set that to that. Let's see here. There we go. That should be lined up correctly. So that is if this condition is met. Layer, let's go to layer 0. Yes. Okay, then after that, we now need a image gauge. Let's create new. This is going to be, put in the condition. It's gonna be layer 1, and then you are going to be, let's see, progress red? No. Puzzle filler. Crap, what did I call this thing? Oh, puzzle filler red. Okay, yeah. Puzzle filler red. And the back is going to be puzzle filler back. Yes. That's a bit of a problem. Just a bit of a problem. Okay, so down here, this is turning off A. We need to turn off B. Then down here. I think that's the only spot we would technically need. Pretty sure. Find some combat. Okay, so it's not all that's lost. We still got some stuff here on the screen. Okay, so you surround. Go. Forgot that was a thing. But hey, at least it filled up again, so that's good. All right, so that's that. And then we've got this guy, which is just the gold. We don't need this technically yet. Do need to be that. We're gonna set you down to 20 center. Ah, crap. Let's set you to be layer 2. Okay. Now what variable is the monster's HP? It's like 50 something. That's the players. Monster HP. So 67 and 68. Okay. So 67 is the current. So we just need to say game variables dot value 67. So that is the monster's HP. Yeah. 67. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is technically 67. Oh my goodness. Hootie Hend.
Hootie Hens just turned their way into the
That is
of Tomb of Vercilias.
Absolutely crazy. Hootie Hen, congratulations. Well done. Wait a minute, is that number 2? Is that number 2 for you? I feel like... And maybe I'm... Oh my goodness, that is number 2. Holy smokes. Hootie Hen. Congratulations. Yeah, that is wild. Well, let's come up over here. We're just going to do a little bit of a Hootie Hen right there on the X2 MVP section. Thank you for that. That is a lot of channel points to spend to be able to get to your name in the credits. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Hootie Head. I did it last stream. I did it again. That is, I mean, apparently the gambling's been working well for you or something, because that is wild. That's a lot of points. That is a way to make an entrance. That is a crazy way to make an entrance. I was not expecting that, not at all. So well done, congratulations, and thank you. I do appreciate that. Man, twice is nuts. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'll get us all centered later, but for now, that should be fine. Wait a minute. It almost looked like it went behind that. It is. I'll figure that out later. I'll figure that out later. Okay, for now, so we've got that working. So you're 8. So it's freaking 6, 7. So then the orb left. So this guy is going to be... Okay, so that's just the image. So the image is fine. Then we want to come over here. So you are going to be game variables dot value 6, 7. And then game variables dot value 6, 8. So then if we were to adjust the monster's HP, say for example, if we were to set you to 6, oh, that's right. That is right. We need you to go up. Nope, we need you to go down. That would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, then one more. We just need to create a image picture. Create new. And then you are going to be the puzzle border layer 4. You're 0, 1, 2, 3. Very difficult with just a mouse. Close enough? Think. Close enough. Close enough. Okay, so there's the monster's HP. Fantastic. Now, we need to get the combat power over here. Yeah, I'll stick with that for now. Okay, so 6. We should be able to copy and paste that. So the combat power, which one is that one again? The monster's AC, so 69. Oh my gosh. Oh, we've got the 2 good numbers with this thing here. We've got 67 and 69. Okay, 18, that is correct. I gotta stop doing that. Oh well. All right, so that is that. And then we want to grab puzzle orb left, copy paste that. Select you. You are going to be scale of X set to -1. So we flip it. There we go. Okay, then we've got this, 6 out of 8. Let's copy paste that. Now I'm trying to decide with this. So basically, yeah, so basically, this is going to be the filler. And now I'm trying to decide, do we have this fill based off of... I feel like we have this fill based off of the player's current draw power. I think so. I think that'd be good. Let's see. Hootie says, Moonwood, this is what happens when there's no dare button. I'm forced to save points, so it's a loop of name and credits. I mean, that's fair, Hootie Hen. Don't worry. It will come back. It will come back eventually. Nick says, well, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here. Says, what did I miss? Every time I'm here, I see a major redesign. Well, welcome, Nick. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a redesign to the combat system. For better or worse. Yeah, it's not done yet, but I will give you a quick example of what is going on here. So basically, it's still blackjack. We're still keeping with the blackjack themes, but I wanted to make it more of a less luck and a little bit more skill based. So basically the idea is you will draw your cards. As of right now, you just draw 13 cards. I may make it less, maybe, at least like in the beginning, and then you can eventually draw more. But yeah, so as of right now, so you draw your cards, and then basically the idea is you are wanting to use your cards more Balatro like then. Maybe. I need to actually play Balatro so I can see what Balatro is like. But basically the idea is you drag your cards, and then, because basically it will take the cards from left to right, and it will set up the combos for you. Well, you're setting up the combos, and then it will use those combos. Yeah, so you're trying to get above the monster's armor class, and then you need to keep it below 21. So just like blackjack. And yeah, so basically the idea is, so it's the same values as well as, normal with blackjack. So a queen is worth 10, jack's 10, king is 10, and then all the number cards are exactly what they show. And then the ace is either a 1 or an 11, or it's an 11 or a 1. And then potentially with a new potential perk card, you could have it be like a wild, where like it could be worth whatever value you need it to be. You get like 8 cards, and you select 5 to play a poker hand. Oh, okay. So yeah, so kind of then, but you're not necessarily like choosing your cards. You can use all the cards that are here in your hand. You're just setting up, you need to, arrange them in a way that will be, give you the most, attack power, basically. So yeah, so still using the elements that you are upgrading. So you're still going to have the Pyro, the Geo, the Hydro, the Necro, and they're still correlated with the cards. So if you have 2 Hydro cards right here, it would be doing, each card will be dealing or casting your Hydro spell. So this queen would do 2 damage, this queen would do 2 damage. Since it's equal to 20, if I were to attack right now, it would then use those 2 cards. It would be 20, so it would then attack because the monster's armor class is equal to 18. And so yeah, so you're basically trying to meet or beat their armor class while staying below 21. And yeah, then the other idea is if you use a single element in your, as of right now, I'm calling them sequences. But yeah. So basically, the idea is it. If you use a single element in your sequence, so since this would be considered a sequence because it's going to be able to actually attack because it's 20 and it'd be at least at an 18. So this sequence of cards, since they are all hydro, it would then inflict hydro onto the monster, which would then make him weak to necro attacks. So if I would want to amplify my combat, what I would do is I would do 2 hydro cards, so you would put hydro on him, and then I would do 2 necro cards. Oh my gosh, 2 necro cards, which would then be strong against hydro, and so it would do extra damage against him. And then if he's got necro, that is weak against geo, and so I'd want to then do this because this is worth 18 now. So yeah, so it would be hydro is weak to necro is weak to geo, and then geo is weak to pyro. Which I think, no, this would not quite be enough because this is an ace, which would be worth 11, and then a 6, which is worth a 6. So this would be worth 17, so not quite enough to actually be able to get it. So I wouldn't be able to, do quite the full circle, the full rotation, but it would get me close. It would get me close. And yeah, so that's kind of the general idea. So you set up your hand, and then you attack, and then it'll just draw again from left to right, and it'll just pull the cards, and so long as it is greater than the armor class of the monster, but then lower than 21, you're good to go, it'll attack. If it's greater than 21, you bust, and then the monster attacks you. And if it's not enough, then it just keeps grabbing more and more and more until eventually it has enough. So like say, for example, since I need to have 18, it's going to grab this card, this card, this card, this card, and I think maybe the 4 as well. We'll see. Yeah, and then it can attack. Anyway, so that's kind of where we're going right now with the combat. There has been, some people are on board, some people have questions, and here's the thing, like, it is not done. It is not done yet. This is definitely like a newer thing that I'm trying out. We're just gonna see how it looks, how it feels. If it plays well, great. If not, then I'm still saving everything of the old combat system. So if we need to, we can just swap back.
Maybe a other coin flip.
Maybe Hootie Hint. I feel like we've been doing a lot, but maybe. Chemistinic says the new UI looks awesome. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's slowly but surely coming along. Because we were originally, I was working on getting the exit working. I don't know if you saw the new exit stuff. I don't know if you saw that. Oh my goodness, I've been inverted. I don't know if you saw all of the exit stuff, but if I come over here and I turn off the monster spawns, set that to be -1, and then if we go find the exit, oh, that's fun. That should not be there. Okay, well, let's see here. I think we should be able to grab this, and it has a condition. You have no condition. There we go. Anyway, yeah, so if we come down here, we come find the...
Thanks for the follow, Stengrim.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go find the room 3. So this is going to be the new exit here. So... I know, I'm so sorry. Yes, so it's not technically a new exit. It's basically the exact same thing as we've had before.
Where it's like there is, oh my goodness, where basically the idea is you've got this portal, you need to activate the portal. And then the general idea is when you find this exit room, there will be a handful of mini games for you to play to be able to activate the portal. And so...
Oh yeah, so if we were to come through here, and if we were to do interact with the glyphs, it would then pull up some kind of minigame that you would then do to activate the portal, which, oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this minigame. Here we go. As long as I win, then it'll activate the portal, and then you can move on to the
next room. So yeah, we can go through portal. It does a janky animation to take us out of here. And and then we can pick our next perk card, and then it'll open up the spell books. We can, do whatever spell stuffs we need to do. And yeah, then we move on to the next floor. Now we're on floor 2. We keep our stuff here, our perk cards. Yeah. So technically we can now progress to the next floor. Oh my goodness. We gotta do some chest benders. And some bicep curls.
Hootie Hen wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
All right. We can do that. Ooh. And a stretch.
Just redeemed
we got all sorts of physical stuff we got to do. All right. And then, and eventually there will be more. But say, for example, if you don't... Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Hootie Hand. Yeah, so basically, if you don't get this in time, though, and you fail, then the general idea is you will fail, take you back here, and then you get hit by the spikes. You don't just die instantly. That will not be a thing. That was just because I had 0 health, well, 1 health left or something like that. So yeah, you will not die instantly if you fail, but you will get attacked by the spikes. It will do damage to you, and then you have to try again. It's, a little bit of a not incentive. It's the punishment for if you do not do the puzzle correctly. And yeah, Hoodihan says, "Hey Moon, can you wait until the PNG is gone?" Don't worry, I will wait. But yeah, so let's see. X10 Grim says some emotes. Oh, let's see. We got hi, love, hello. I'm glad you're here, and I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. It's like Stardew Valley fishing minigame. Yes, yeah, that one was like that. We've got a couple others that I do need to implement eventually. So we've got a couple different ones. So there was, let's see. Yes, so this one right here. So this is the one we've implemented. We've also got this game right here, which is basically just like it's a little thing that like spins around. You have to like stop it on the specific runes to get them to activate. This one is basically just like a rune mini game kind of thing. And then eventually, I'll be thinking of more and adding more. So I'm hoping to have, in by the demo, I'm hoping to have at least these 3, and then maybe have 5 or 10 in the full release. That way, like it'll kind of cycle through, and it won't be the same things over and over again. You need more redeems? I do need to think of more redeems. So, okay, yeah, well, let us do some chest benders, some bicep curls, some stretching, and we're gonna get back into it and finish up this combat system. It's gonna be great. Let's get these tunes cranked. There we go. I can feel the electricity going through my ears. All right, let's do the chest benders. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. Gets the heart going. Get out of here, green screen. Ooh. Well, thank you for that. Let's do some stretching now, and then we're gonna get back into the battle system. Oh, here we go. This way. And the other way. Oh. And there we go. Backwards. Oh. Thank you, Hoodhead. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, when demo, soon, I promise. I'm going to tell myself, no more new systems. You heard it here first, and I hope I can hold myself to that. I do need to stop adding stuff to the game. Like, I need to stop creating more systems. Because I keep adding more, because I want it to be good, and I want it to be fun, and I keep feeling like it's not going to be good and it's not going to be fun, and so I'm like, well, what if I add this thing? What if I change this thing? What if I do this thing? And then it's like, then it just makes it take forever. So, yeah, I'm gonna focus on not adding anything more to the game and just be like, we're done. Content locked. Now just, pad out what is currently in here. So that's the hope and the goal, is to stop trying to add more stuff. And I know this combat system was absolutely not needed, but at the same time I almost kind of feel like it was, because I'm like, the other one, it was fun, but like it wasn't super engaging, and like I wanted to be engaging, I wanted to be fun, so yeah, I don't know. The squeak is here. Well, I'm gonna go for a tad moment. No worries. By the way, when demo with the gloves and the cats, soon, very soon, with the maybe not the gloves, but the cats. Yes. Maybe a redeem for 2,000 points. Turn the whole chat into text-to-speech for 5 minutes. Oh. That could get dangerous. That could get real dangerous real fast. I also don't know how I would activate that temporarily. I'm sure I could find some way. Nah. I could look into it. All right. So, we've got this guy down here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this guy yet. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. Is it green? Oh, it's green, not purple. There we go. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to have this show correctly. This is also kind of conditional on me getting all of this stuff done here. But I guess also at the same time, is it going to be worth having this show? How much? Well, not really. We'll figure that one out. We'll figure that out later. For now, it's good to go. Now I think we just need the orb border, so let's copy and paste that. Orb border. Or border. We will have border. I don't even know what that was. Okay. Okay.
Multi-Hen says, hey, Moonwood isn't copy and paste cheating.
It kind of is. But, it definitely made things a little bit easier. So, it's not always cheating. Not always. Only sometimes. But for now, with this, it definitely made it slightly easier and a little less tedious. Ooh. Yippee, you like my text-to-speech idea? I mean, I do like the idea. I do feel like it's going to get a little bit crazy out of hand. And yeah, I'll need to figure out how. Which I'll figure it out. All right, so we've got the HP. We're showing his combat power with armor class. Excuse me, his armor class. So let's make this stuff actually do damage, shall we? Let's do that. Back over here. Let's go to... Excuse me, I had to cough a little bit. Little guys froze. There we go. They're back. They're back to it. So when you attack... Royalty to 10, aces to 11. Establish sequences. I think it's down here. Yes. So that's the flash right there. So on that flash, we need to say monster animation, hit monster. So what if we say, what if we just turn on switch 14? Is that just the animation though? And then dead monster. Pretty sure that is the case. So if we just say down here, and we just say control switches.
Turn it on, Moonwood.
Yeah, turn it on. We do need to turn it on. So if we turn on 14, hit monster. It's not going to actually do damage to the monster, but it's going to animate the monster as being attacked. I think. Well, Little janky, little janky. Meh. Meh. That was a lot of very high value cards. Holy crap. That should be fine. Okay, so if that's the case, now what we need to do how are we going to check and see what card is actually attacking? That's the real question. Whew, okay, so what do we have to go off of? We've got this variable here, variable 911. So we can say, so it moves the picture. Oh, okay. So this is just it. That's just getting rid of the card. Okay. Do we necessarily need that? I feel like we don't. So what if we move the card? And what if we just change you to be like 60 and 60? And then you could be like 75, 75. Yeah, sure. We'll give that a shot. Okay, so then right here where it hits the monster. This is before it changes this variable again. So I think what we want to then say is, so right here. So it turns on hit monster, but then let's get rid of the HP. So we're going to say, game variables dot value dot set value. We're going to set the value of 781. Is that the first? No. We want to do the monster's HP. So 67. So set value 67. 67, 997. Game variables at set value 67. How does that work again? I can never remember how the actual setting of variables goes in RPG Maker via JavaScript. Let's see, it is... Okay, so it's still within the parentheses. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was outside the parentheses or within the parentheses. Parentheses. Okay. So game variables at set value 67 to equal game variables dot value 67 minus, ooh, wait, is that correct? So game variables dot set value, the variable ID, then game variables dot value, variable ID, minus, okay, then the value. So the value then is going to be game variables dot value crap. How? I guess I'm technically saving. Actually, yeah, no, I am saving the element of the card in a variable. So we can say set 67 to equal 67 minus, what variable would that be? Where am I saving the elemental value? That's all the quest stuff. Quests, shop slots, shop, backpack. Spell slot 1 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that what it is? 1061 through 1064? I think. Oh my goodness!
Welcome Zedashore and your 25 amazing audience members.
Say shop, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How'd your stream go? Hope it went well for you. How's everyone doing tonight? How goes your game? How? Oh my gosh. I'm at a freaking stroke over here. Hey, how's your game coming along? It is going absolutely fantastic. We are kind of working on redoing the combat system a bit. The old blackjack combat system was feeling too luck-based, and I didn't want it to feel luck-based. I want to feel like the player has more of a control over what is actually happening with the with the attacks and stuff like that. So we are working on that right now. So as of right now, what we got going on is we've kind of changed it up to where you are dealt a hand of cards, and then you will kind of line these up in such a way that you feel like you can get the most damage and stuff out of them. So basically, general idea is it goes from left to right, and you need to get over the monster's combat power while staying under 21. So kind of still sticking with the blackjack theme. You don't want to go over 21. If you go over 21, you bust, and if you bust, then the monster attacks you, you lose your hand, and then you have to start again. So basically you're just trying to create a sequence of different cards to be able to actually attack the monster. So again, they've got their armor class you have to be able to get above. So I have to have a sequence that equals at least 18 without going over 21. So if I were to do 2 10s, that would be worth 20. So that would be a sequence that would then do damage to the monster. Or say, for example, like, so if I've got this is 2 6s, so it's not quite enough, that's only 12, and so if I were to throw in this king, that would then be 22, which would mean I would bust, and so then, I would lose my turn, I wouldn't do any damage, and the monster would attack me. But I'd want to swap that out with, say, for example, 5, oh, that'd be 12, 17, still not enough, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so 6, 6, 5, and 4 would be 21. We've got 2 kings, that's 10, that's 10, that's 10. This is kind of a weird hand to show that off with because it's all not super great. But and then basically this is going to be, that is going to break because I was redoing some stuff. That is my bad. Give me 2 seconds. I got to come down here. I got to change this. I've got to comment out this. Yes, comment out this because that would have very much so broken things. Anyway, so trying to switch it up a little bit, hopefully make it a little bit more fun, engaging. It's definitely one of those things, still a work in progress, trying to figure out exactly how it's going to feel and stuff like that. But so you'll just kind of line up your hands how you feel is going to be best. There's also different ways for you to be able to get optimize your hand that you have. So basically, if you have all of one element that you use per sequence, so basically the sequence is anything that actually gets to the combat power without busting. So since this is a 10 and an ace, the ace is worth an 11 and this is worth 10, that would be 21. So these 2 cards would be a sequence. The 5, 7, what would that be? 12, 19, those 4 cards would be considered a sequence. And then basically, so long as all of the cards in your sequence are a one specific element, so you've got your Necro, you've got Hydro, Geo, and Pyro. So if they're all one specific element, then they will inflict that element of, it'll cause an elemental affliction onto the monster. So say, for example, if they were both Necro, then it would inflict this monster with Necro, which would mean that if I were then to use, I believe Geo is strong against Necro, so if I were then to set up a sequence of Geo damage, then I would be able to do extra damage to him. This is not enough to be able to get there, but general idea is, as long as I would then be able to do a Geo attack against the Necro-inflicted monster, and it's only like that for that specific sequence. So if I were to use this and then it were to attack, if my next sequence was, say for example, something like this, it would then get rid of that thing. Get rid of the affliction on the monster. And yes, that's kind of general idea. So once you have everything all set up to go, then you would just attack, and then it would play out the sequence that you have set up and do the damage to the monster. And then again, if you ever bust, you can't play, the monster would then attack, and then you get to go again. And yeah, that is what we got going on so far. So yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna feel better. I hope that it'll feel a little bit more engaging, a little bit more fun. I hope, because that's the ultimate goal. Is I want it to be fun. I want it to feel interesting, engaging. I don't want you to feel like you're just, I don't want the RNG to feel like it's going against the player, which is kind of why I'm going with something a little bit more like this, where like you're setting up your hand and then playing out your hand just to kind of see what will actually happen, what you can actually do to, you know, I don't know, make it better. So, yeah, that is what we got right now. So. But yeah, so I do appreciate the raid. For anyone that's new here, if this seems like something you'd be interested in, I would 100% appreciate a follow. If not, totally understandable, and I you know, just appreciate you being here. Protocap says, can't wait for a demo of this to come out. Thank you, Protocap. I appreciate that. Also, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. How's your week going so far for you? Hootie Hen says, what is your favorite number? I don't know if I have a favorite number. Never really thought about it, actually. 11. We'll say 11. Yeah, I've never really thought about it. What about you, Hootie Hen? Do you have a favorite number? Been all right, doing lots of pixel art. I saw that. I was blown away by the stuff you posted in this Discord server. Like, legitimately, I'm just like, oh my gosh. You've got some good stuff. You've got some really good stuff. My favorite number is 182. Can I ask why? Is there a reason? Or is it just a good number? Is it just a number you enjoy? Okay, so as of right now, we're trying to get the cards to actually do damage. Because as of right now, they play an animation, but they don't do anything as of right now. Basically, everything I've been focusing on is trying to get this whole system working where you can like drag the cards around and then be able to have it like actually pull the cards into the sequence, attack with them, and all that fun stuff. So let us figure this out. So I kind of got the startings of it going. Oh, also, Zeddy Shaw, I don't know if you're still here, and I forgot to mention this. I do appreciate the raid, but if you got to raid and run, if you got to go eat, drink, sleep, whatever it is you got to do, totally understandable. And yeah, but I do appreciate the raid, and yeah, no worries at all if you got to raid and run. Totally understandable. I know that after a long stream, it can be a lot to then have to go and like stick around. So yeah, totally understandable if you gotta raid and run. Okay, so game variables are set value. So we want to set 67 minus. Okay, that's where we were. Oh, that's right. Okay, yes. Now I remember what we were doing. We were wanting to make sure the correct variables that we're storing the player's attack in is actually correct. So let's actually do this. Daggers of damage. That is actually perfect. So we now have 2222 as of right here. And so let's go check. I believe it was like 1,000 something. Section. Cards, spell slot 1 damage, 1111. Actually, I think that is correct because if I up that to a 2, now we're doing 3222. Okay, so that is correct. Although I did kind of forget, that's going to be a bit of a frustrating thing. Oh crap. Because basically the way that these perk cards work is I want them all to be temporary effects. I don't want them to ever affect the baseline stats of the player. So it's going to be a lot that we have to take into consideration. Crap. All right, just to make sure, let's come over here. I want to turn off monster spawns, just for now. Let's get the... I want to make sure that I include everything. So let's get the Axel's Daggers of Damage again. Come on. Come on. Daggers of Damage. Daggers of Damage. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Daggers of Damage. Daggers of Damage. Oh my gosh. There's like 5 cards. Thank you. Okay, so yes, all damage +1. Sweet. Okay, so let's go find the exit, which is going to be in room 32. Okay, there's the exit. Let's interact with the glyphs. So yeah, so we're currently at, 2s Awesome. So let's do this puzzle. Let's get on to the next floor. So I want to see. I mean, I can just check the thing, but I'm doing this to make sure that we make sure we get everything. Okay, let's come over here. Do this janky animation. I gotta fix that one of these days. Okay. Now let's do... Sure. We'll do the spike pauldrons. Now, I want to upgrade my pyro spell. So if I up that to a 2... There we go. So now I'm doing 3 damage on there. 4 pyro damage. Awesome. Cool. So let's save that. So I'm now doing 4 pyro damage because I've got my spell book. I've got the daggers of damage. And then I've just got my baseline pyro damage. Okay. So let's come in here and let's find these things out. What does Sumran Dude multi-line text do? Wait, where are you seeing that? Was that, I don't know where you would have seen that, but it is it's a piece of a plugin that I'm using. Oh, it's a plugin from the other day you were showing. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the Sumran Dev, the multi-line text. So basically what it does is I am using a plugin called the Sumran Dude, but Sumran Dev HUD Maker, and that is what is allowing me to show like text on the screen, the image gauges and all that fun stuff. And so the multi-line is actually a small little snippet that Sumran Dev, I've told him, needs to release it, but as far as I know, I'm the only person that has it so far, except for Sumran Dev, obviously they've got it. Yeah, so basically it just allows for things like, so if I come over here to quests, normally I would have had to show multiple individual lines for each one of these things of text. But with that plugin, I can then break apart the lines. I know it's like a very simple sounding thing, but very useful when you have to have multi lines of text. And yes, that is what that is. I'm still spying on you, trying to figure out how you do any of this. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, once you kind of like get the basics of it down, it's just a matter of like creatively putting it all together in such a way that just like has it all, blend and merge and work well together. But yeah, it honestly is just a lot of just, some custom JavaScript, a few plugins, and then just a whole lot of, blood, sweat, and tears, honestly. Like, yeah, it's fun though. It is fun. Hoodihan says, just a good number. That's why I dared you to add 182 cats to your game. Oh, okay, that would make sense. That would make sense. Hey, Moon, can I say it's coin flip time or not? I really need to make more progress. I feel like tonight has been very, to be fair, last stream I feel like was this as well, where it's like, it was a lot of chatting, which, again, I absolutely love chatting. And then I get like 2 hours into the stream and I'm like, oh, okay, crap. I have not done much of anything. We might do another coin flip. We might do another one. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so now I gotta find out. I cannot for the life of me remember where these things are. We need to find where all like the spell damage stuff is taking into consideration. So the shop stuff, quests, shop slots. So we've got the spell slot 1 damage. So I believe this is just the baseline spell damage. So let me I don't want a calculator. I want a notepad. There we go. So we need to say 1061 through 1064 is the spell slot X damage. So that is the first part of the actual spell damage that is occurring. Then, let's see, we got the card suits, we've got the section nodes, the puzzle pieces, room traps, level up points, quests, room decor, item slots, hand card draws, skill tree progress, the deck cards, player skills. I think there might be... No. Oh, okay. I believe... Oh, man. Wait. Wait. What the freak am I doing with my life? Cancel out of that. Why would I be doing this when literally all I have to do is I just need to come over here. I need to check this guy right here. This is the pyro number, and this is showing exactly how much pyro damage I'm doing, and it is getting that from calculating the different variables that it's working off of. So we've got variable 1061 plus variable 665. That it? 665 and 1061. Okay. What is 665? What's 665? 665 is the perk stat mod pyro. Okay, so that means that I was smart when I was setting up the perk stats, and I made it so that it is affecting one perk or one variable, and then it takes that one variable and then applies it into the actual other. Okay, all right. Whew, I'm glad that I thought to do that and I wasn't trying to add up a whole bunch of different variables here and there with all the different damages. Whew. It's already 12 a.m. You normally end your stream soon, so I asked for one last coin flip today. I mean, we've still got an hour. It's almost 11:30 p.m. here. I will do as soon as I get the damage working, which the damage should be working pretty soon. So as soon as I get that working, we're gonna do another coin flip. I promise. It's gonna happen. Protocap says, a menu-based game is such a cool thing. Always wanted to try and make one of those one day. And yeah, it definitely comes with its own fair share of problems. That is 100%. But it is a lot of fun. It is fun to have like the menus just always there. You can always interact with them. You can always do things with them. Yeah. And that's, again, like, it takes a lot of weirdness to actually get it to work. And, you know, definitely not going to be using the normal RPG Maker menus just because it's like, they're not designed... Out of the box, they're not designed to be on the screen while you're actually playing the game. Like, you can make your own custom menus, but yeah, out of the box, yeah, RPG Maker is definitely very weird when it comes to you trying to do other things while like other parts of the scene are playing out, like message boxes, menus, and things like that. But it is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun to be able to do. Okay, so... So that is what we got. This is what is actually doing pyro damage. So 1061 and 665. So, how are we going to do this? So this is the monster's HP. So we're saying monster HP minus let's do that, cut that over here. So we're gonna say minus 1061 plus 665. But we don't want to do 1061 and 665 because that is specifically just pyro damage. So we want to be able to add whatever... Oh man, what? Okay. So we've got a couple different variables we need to work off of. So variable 911 is the sequential variable that is adding up as it is progressing through the cards. So we can use that to check the card. And then once we check the card, we then need to check the card's suit. And the suits are 794. So yeah, so hand, card, suit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way through 13. So 794 is the hand, card, suit. 911 being equal to 0 on round 1. Okay, so if that's the case, what we need to do then is we need to say set 67 to equal minus, or it's okay, so 67 minus 1061, but we don't just want to say 1061, we want to say oh my gosh, okay, this is going to be a tricky one to wrap my head around. So bear with me here for a second. So we need to use variable 911 to dictate which variable here, starting at 794, to then add to here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so a variable variable is already weird enough. Now we're doing a variable. 3 variables. Okay, if I can wrap my head around it and get it working, it's going to be so much cleaner. So we're going to do it this way. So minus game variables dot value. I know, yeah, a variable. So here's basically here's what I'm going to be attempting to do. So width 100, height 60, sure, whatever. So basically, here's what we have going on. Okay, so we've got pyro damage, right? We've got pyro. Now pyro, let's say for example, just to make it easy, pyro damage is equal to 2. It does 2 damage. Totally understandable. But we can't just say, hey, do 2 damage, because it could be pyro, geo, necro, or hydro. So we need to have this, we need this to be linked to a variable. So depending on what card suit, so the card suit, yeah, whatever card suit it is, which could either be 1 through 4. So whatever the card suit is, we need you to then change whatever the pyro damage variable is. So if it's a 1, it is now grabbing the pyro damage. If it's a 2, it's going to be grabbing the geo damage. If it's 3, it's going to be grabbing the hydro damage. If it's 4, it's going to be grabbing the necro damage. So, easy. My bus is running late, so I can catch it. Oh, nice, very nice. Moonwood, I will find that dare button, and when I'm going to dare you to add a doggo to your games. Maybe I will. Maybe I will add a doggo. So anyway, so basically what I need to do is I need to say, so we want to say the monster's HP. So we want to say HP.
That's terrible. Oh my goodness, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we want to say HP minus, let's see here. So HP minus the, oh man, okay, so yeah.
Because the cards, oh, there we go, that's better. So the cards all have their own suit. That is 1 through 4. And then that 1 through 4 needs to dictate which variables it's pulling from. Because we have 4
different... Whoop. Thank you. We have 4 different... Why isn't it doing that yet?
Into a PNG.
That's so weird. I swear that I fixed it so that you could actually have the PNG tuber show while it still had me inverted. I don't know why. I don't know why that's not working. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, all right. So let me see if I can. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't know why wrapping my head around this is like becoming so complicated. So, 1061 and 665. This though either needs to be 1062 or 1063 or 1064. Depending on what element it's actually pulling from. So we're going to say, I think what we need to do then is we need to say minus 1061. Okay, yeah, this is where it's going to get janky. Plus game variables dot value. So 1061 plus now this is where the variable comes into play. So I think we need to put in another set of parentheses. We now need to say, so this is plus variable 1061 Oh, crap. So 911 is going to be equal to 1 through 13. And we need to get the... we need to get the suit from card 1 through 13. Saying minus 1061 plus... So that either needs to be 1061, 1062, 1063, 1064. So 1 through 4. So then game variables dot value. Oh man. So 911. That is one of the variables we are going to need, is 911. But when is it gonna show up? So we want to say, so we're grabbing the card's suit, which is 794. So we want to say, starting at 794. So I actually think it's 794 plus game variables dot value 911. Because then basically what we're saying is take variable 794 plus 911. So 794 then would either be 795, 796, 797, 798, which is the suit. So essentially this would be plus game variables dot value 794. So let's just say, for example, if we were on card number 2, this would be 795. So 795 is the suit, which would have a value of 1 through 4. So we don't want to actually change 1061, because 1061... We would actually... No. So we do. So, but we want to say, though, 1060 plus game variables dot value.
Chemist Einix says, did you know that 37 is the 12th prime number, and 73 is 21st prime? Coincidence? I think not.
I think not either. Oh my goodness, Protocap over on Twitch. Welcome. Glad you're here. Did you get tired of YouTube? Was YouTube just not fun anymore for you? Either way, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say... Let's refresh that. Let's come over here. So, we want to say... The first one is 1061. So let's just say, for example, spell slot damage 1 is equal to 3. So now we're doing 3 damage. And then we want to say... It was like 6 something. Pyro, we're going to say, is now equal to 2. So, the total is equal to 5. Cool. Now, if we open up this, and then we want to say, game variables dot value 1061, or 1060 plus 794 plus 911. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're equal to 0. Okay. Now, if we say, so we've got 794 and 911. So now if we say 794. So if card number 1's suit is going to be equal to 1, being Pyro, and then 911, let's just set you to be equal to you'd be equal to 1. Crap. That we were equal to? Yes, because you'd be equal to 0 for card 1. So yes, so 0 would be card 1. Okay. Now, you're equal to 3. I think, because that would only be taking into consideration without any of the changes. Okay, so then let's say, for example, 7 or 6, whatever it was, 6 something, not 6 7. Okay, so let's say, oh, okay, yeah, we don't want the pyro. We want, let's see, what do we want? What do we want? 6 7. Good old 6 7. Also, thank you, thank you for chatting and for being here, Princess Doge Bruh. I appreciate that. Thank you. How's your day going for you? So we want to say, oh crap, where is it? Okay, so we want to say the card suit for card 1's suit is going to be equal to 2. You said 6 7. You got to do the hands. Oh, sorry, 6 7. Why do I let you guys do this to me? Okay, so if you're equal to 2, that should mean that if we pull this up again, this should be equal to 1 now. Okay. Now, I think we're making progress. So now that means if we were then to say, so we're currently equal to 2, which means we're pulling in the geo damage, which means if we increase our geo damage to, like, say, I don't know, like 6 7, because, you know, keeping it on theme. And then if we come over here and then we say you, hey, look at that, look at that, look at that, 6 7, 6 7. Okay, I'm 36 years old. Okay, you're slightly, barely older than me. I'm 34, so, you know. All right, so that means that is technically working. Happy freaking day. Okay, so that's the first part of it. So that means this is pulling in the correct starting value from here. So we're saying set variable 67. That's where the 67 came from. That's the monster's HP. 67 to equal, so subtract. Oh my gosh, again, like, I know that it sounds weird, but this is a variable. So we're saying set variable 1060 plus, wait, it is 1060, right? Yeah, 1060 plus game variables 794 plus 911. Yeah. Okay, so with that, we should be able to, I think, copy this and then come over here. Then we got 665. So I think if we do that, maybe, plus 665, and then we're 1060. Plus, so I think you would then have to be 664. I hope. Let's find out. Let's find out together. So you're going to do this thing, and then we're just going to wait for 999 frames. Just so I can make sure that everything is correct. So, if we save that, we come over here, we want to close that, we want to come over here, we want to refresh that. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's see what the freak happens. Oh, let's see, Princess Dogebra says, pretty good, thank you. Happy to watch some deving with you. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Would you look at that? I know, it's great. It's absolutely fantastic. Hold on, the clip is rendering. Check out this clip. Streaming, software, and game development. Wait, what do we got? What do we got here? Now I feel like I gotta... Alright. Well, we'll take a look. We'll take a look. Let's mute that. Let's bring that up. Let's bring this over. Card suit... So card 1's suit is going to be equal to 2. You said 6-7, you got to do the hands? Oh, sorry. 6-7. Why do I let you guys do this to me? Okay, so... Why indeed? Why indeed? Oh my gosh. Never again. Never again. Never again. Okay, well, let's see here. Mathra says, I'm still upset. I'm sorry, Mathra. I promise, I'm gonna make it as fun as possible. And then we may look into potentially, maybe. I don't know. Here's the thing. I do get it, because there was a lot that that we put into the old system. And I don't know. There is like a small part of me that's like, is replacing it the way to go, or is modifying it the way to go? And as of right now, I feel like replacing, but it may be modifying. And that's why I'm not removing it yet. Because if at some point in time I have an idea to like modify the old system and make it feel less RNG while still being RNG, then I feel like we should be good. I don't know. I don't want to upset you, Mathra. I really don't. I do hope to make it fun, though. That's the goal. That's the goal. Moonwood, why are you brain rotting?
Nick says,
what?
Government is feeding you lies. Not
True.
to me, since I'm not in US. Dinosaurs never existed. Humans don't come from monkeys. Perfect vacuum can't exist next to matter, and bugs are haunted by ghosts of your near family.
I don't like that. I don't like any of those things. Especially the bug one. I don't want to think about the fact that if I kill a bug, it was being haunted by someone from my family. That's, I don't like that. But I can see it. I can see it all. I can see it all happening. A fart is just the ghost of the things you ate. Whoa, that's even worse. I don't want to be releasing ghosts of the things that I've eaten. Not at all. Not at all. Okay. So, if I attack, this first card should do... Crap. There we go. This first card should do 1 damage to the monster here. Let's see what happens. That's about what I thought would happen. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. All right, yeah, that seems about right. All right. Well, I mean, it's probably all of these freaking things. I probably added one too many. Bad math or what? Bad math, me not counting how many parentheses I need to actually close out. So, let's see what we got going on here. So we got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so I had one too many. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Now let's see what happens. Now let's see what happens over here. Syntax, yes, good old syntax. Single line nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare. Yeah, the JavaScript window in RPG Maker, not great. Not great. There are definitely things that if I could improve with RPG Maker, I absolutely would. But I can't. So, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. All right, so we should have 18. So this one guy should do 1 damage to him. Let's see what happens. It did 2 damage. Why? Eight, 7, 6, 5. What? What? Why did the first one do 2 damage, and then the second one did 1? They should both be doing pyro damage, which should be 1. Okay, so let's come over here. We're gonna say, what if we up the pyro damage to 3? We got 7, 3, and a queen. Sure. Okay, so if we attack, we should be doing 3 damage. So he should be down to 7. It's doing 2 damage. Okay. What on earth would be that correlation? 2 damage. Is the real question. Syntax? Is it a sin tax? When you sin, you have to give some to the government? Exactly, Chemicynic, exactly. You can write the JavaScript in a VS Code or something and then just copy and paste to RPG Maker. Ooh, that's actually a good point. That is a really great point, Chess. I might actually start doing that. I might start doing that because, yeah, sometimes the single line in here can be an absolute nightmare. And if I was doing VS Code, it would actually show me if I have, you know, syntax errors. So maybe actually I should probably start doing that. Probably. I hope this combat system gives you much more trouble. Harumph. Mathra, please. Please, Mathra, please. I do not want to disappoint. My goal now, Mathra, is to make this combat system the most fun combat system you could ever have in a game, just so that you will love it and enjoy it and love it some more. That's my new goal. That's my new goal now, Mathra, is to make sure that this is nothing but the best thing in the whole world for you. That is my goal. That is my goal now. Let's see if we can make it happen. Wait, would it be easier to make this game in a different game engine? It absolutely would be. I'm gonna say this. Making a game like this in RPG Maker, and I've made a short about this before, and I made a large amount of people upset. It is my most watched short on YouTube. Making a game like this in RPG Maker is not the best way to make a game like this. Not at all. If you're gonna make a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG with random tomb generation, a first-person perspective, blackjack combat, like dice you can drag around and merge together to increase their damage, and spell books and stuff like that, all this custom stuff, I don't think I would actually recommend using RPG Maker. You can do it. You can absolutely do it. As you can see, like, it's possible. Like, I'm making it. It just, there's much better engines out there to make the game with. So, yeah. You can do it, but it's way easier in other engines. I'm gonna say that. It's cooler on this engine though. Exactly, yeah. Because here's the thing: at the end of the day, when all is said and done, and everything is working flawlessly, the fact that I'll be able to go back and say it was made in RPG Maker is just, I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm like really excited about, to be like, it was all made in RPG Maker. Yeah, I'm excited for that. He had to hack the game engine to use Java code. I mean, not technically. technically JavaScript is completely, usable in RPG Maker. I mean, they've added this little script box for it. It's not exactly the best way to do it, but technically they do allow you to. So, yeah, it's impressive, but it'd probably be easier in a different in-game engine, though. Yeah, and here's the thing: the only reason why I'm not using another game engine is because I know RPG Maker. I know what it can and can't do. Whereas other engines, I don't know them. I would have to spend time to learn them. I would have to spend months potentially learning them. And since this is, as of right now, just a hobby of mine, it's kind of hard to justify spending months learning a different engine. So, maybe if it does well enough, I will learn a different engine and we'll make Tomb of Vercilias 2 in a different engine. Maybe. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. I'm actually looking into how to make a plugin for it. Oh wait, it's like make the message box bigger or something else. It would be a visual and copy paste because it can't change the in-game, but I can make it closer to the app. There we go. I love what you're doing, though. There's something cozy about RPG Maker. There really is. I feel a very coziness to RPG Maker. It's probably because I've been using RPG Maker for like about 25 years-ish now. So I definitely do feel very comfortable with RPG Maker. Yeah, and again, kind of like I was saying, it's one of those things that it's like, yeah, I could go out and learn a different engine. I could. Could it be easier? Yeah, probably. But it's yeah, I don't know. I like RPG Maker. It's fun. I enjoy it. The challenge is the reward. Exactly. Yeah, it's, because like other engines, sure, could I very easily, make it so that you could pick up dice and move them around and drag them on top of each other and they merge together so long as they're matching, numbers and colors. Absolutely you could do that in another engine. It would probably be extremely easy because each one of these would be like their own little entity and they would all have their own little spots and you could very easily have them call back to those positions. But there's something very satisfying about being like, okay, yeah, but this was done in RPG Maker. Like all of this, like the dragging and dropping and the menus and all that fun stuff, it was all done in RPG Maker. And I don't know, it's a fun thing to say was done in RPG Maker. So, whoops. There we go. Anyway, yeah, so I very well may, though, look into doing a different engine on the next big project. Maybe. We'll see. Kemisai Nick says, well, I'm off to school. Bye-bye. Nick, I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your day. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the next one. Mather says, tell me you hate me without saying it outright, Moon. I don't hate you, Mathra. Not at all. I would never. But I promise, it's gonna be fun. I promise. You just gotta trust me. I feel like if I had told you about the game that I was making months ago, I feel like you wouldn't have thought it was gonna be fun. But now that you can see it, and so I'm hoping, the hope is that with this new combat system, you'll see it, and you'll be like, oh, that's actually fun. That's actually a good time. And if not, I will make the Mathra edition of Tomb of Vercilias, where we'll have the classic combat. We'll make Vercilias classic. Yeah. There we go. You missed one message. Oh, wait. I wish you an electrical blackout since you do brain rot here. No, Nick, please. Please, no electrical blackout. Although, it was snowing pretty heavily before I started streaming, and I was worried. I was like, so help me. If the power goes out while I'm streaming, I was going to be very upset. But it hasn't gone out yet, so we should be good, I hope. Moonwood is the dare button behind the game system with the red slime in it. Yes, it's hiding. You'll never find it. Hey, did you see my question in Discord? What did you think about that? Maybe I did? I don't know. Which question? Was it with your art, or was it with something else? Was it in general? Oh my gosh. Okay, it wasn't in general. Off topic? Christmas lights almost up. Oh my gosh. Oh, Axel. I hate to alarm you, but there's something that could be bad in this pic. There's a dude on your roof stealing your lights. Creator corner. Okay, all right. Creator corner. Oh, that's right. I remember I saw you post it. I can't remember what else I was looking at something else. Yeah. Hey, I want to make an Among Us with drag and drop to connect wire to puzzle. How would you go about it? That is a very, very big question. Trying to think of the best way to have you do it without relying too heavily on plugins and things like that. Are you wanting it to be... Are you wanting drag and drop? Or... There's a couple different ways I can think of, to have you do this. One could be you basically use like the arrow keys on your keyboard, and you either press up and down to like move, one of these wires. So like say, for example, like whatever side is going to have the single wire on it, you would press the up and down arrow keys to move between the different spots. And so, and then when it's on the right spot, then you would like press enter or something like that. That one you could do just based off of having, different images that you would then move around up and down depending on what, you'd probably have like a variable you would increase, between 1, 2, and 3 to determine the positions of the image. And then as long as it's in the correct spot, you'd hit enter, and then it would, do the thing. Yeah, drag and drop would be cool, but I'm open to ideas. Yeah, so that would probably be the easiest idea, would just be having this be like its own image. So you'd basically have, you'd have, the image as a whole. So you'd have the whole green border, the black background, and then the different colored wires. And then on the other end, you would have just a single image that you would then kind of just like show in different positions depending on, the arrow key that you've pressed up and down. And then probably what I would say... Yeah, and then probably what I would say, if you wanted to connect these together, you could then just have another image layer that was basically just another wire, just, with it just being like the casing, so without any of the copper, without the marking or anything like that, and basically just have it show here-ish, and then just have it like stretch over to here to like show the connection. You could do something like that. The other thing you could potentially do, and this would be a little bit more involved, and it's not really something that I could like explain on the stream. I would have to like probably build it out and then show you how I built it. But basically what you could do is you can take the X and Y position of the cursor, and then you can also check to see if the user is clicking. And then you would then, check to see where, if the cursor is on this wire here, and as long as they're clicking, and then you like move it along with the mouse click. Yeah. It would
require a bit more to actually get it to work correctly. Yeah, the whole, trying to explain how the like cursor movement and stuff like that to move other things works is a little bit janky.
A little bit, but this is very doable.
Yeah. So, yeah, probably what I would suggest as far as the easiest solution would be, just having this image here, having the wire be its own individual image.
Or if you wanted to just like create 3 different images where like you have a wire here, and a wire here, and then it just swaps between the images. And then it would just move up and down, and then you just press enter or something like that, and then it would, jump into it and call it good. That would be my suggestion. If you wanted to go with the whole mouse click thing, you would need, I think there's, well, let's see, because are you using MZ? If you're using MZ, I don't think you'll need any plugins. You'll just need to use JavaScript to then get like, to figure out the position of the image and the clicking and the moving and stuff like that. If you're using MV, I think there's just one plugin you would need that basically tells you, like, it puts the X and Y positions of your cursor into 2 variables, and then you can check those variables based on, where your mouse is. So yeah, so that's kind of where I would suggest, those would be my 2 suggestions for you. Be careful, he may change it to a completely different minigame. No, I wouldn't. I would keep it the same. I would keep it the same. Absolutely, 100%. I would never. I don't change things. Things are always the exact same way as I've always had them. Anyway. Let's see. Those are all very good ideas. I like it. Yeah, I felt like it was a doable thing. Yeah, 100% doable. 100%. Up, left. Up is the cheat code, I'm calling it. Also, that image was made specifically for the question because I can't use words to explain everything. Oh, gotcha. I thought that was like the like finalized stuff. Either way, though, it still does look very good. Yato!
Welcome, Yato, and your 4 amazing audience members.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. How was your stream? Hopefully it went well for you. Anything fun or exciting you want to talk about or share? We're all ears, 100%. But yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Hootie Hen says, Moonwood is the dare button nearby. Maybe. It is still hiding a little bit. But it may be nearby. Maybe. I'm not letting you live it down, Moon. I'm sorry, Mathra. I'm sorry. But I promise, Mathra, the new combat system is going to be so much better. It's going to be so much better. I promise. It's going to be leaps and bounds better if I can actually get it working. So, the stream is good. Was doing Advent for code. Is season coding puzzles. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, that's right. That would have started. Oh, well. I always tell myself, next year, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do like the Advent coding, and it's going to be fun. And then it always comes and goes, and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't have time for that. But then next year, I'm going to do it. And then this year, it started, and now I'm like, crap. I could probably still catch up, though. But it's fun, though. That is a good time. Can you tell Moonwood to bring the dare button back? Yato has no power here. Let's see here. W raid. It is a W raid. Absolute W raid. They're only doing 12 this. Oh my gosh. They're only doing 12 days this year. Yeah, finished days 1 and 2 today. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I might have to pull it up and just see if it would be something that I could actually do this year. Yeah, in years past, yeah, it's been a combination of like missing it, but then also I felt like I just was not skilled enough to do it. So, yeah, I might this year. I might give it a shot. At least I might give it a look anyway. We'll see what it looks like. But if my current code is anything to go off of, I don't think I would be any good at it. So let's take a look at this. We're saying game variables set value 67. So 67 minus 1060 plus 794 plus 991 plus 664 plus 794 plus 911. Where is the problem? Is the real question. You know what? Actually, I'm taking your advice. I am taking your advice. Nope. Okay. This is what we got. Oh my gosh. I thought I could just increase the size of the text, not necessarily the entire UI. Jeez. Okay. What do we have here? So we're setting the variable. So we're subtracting. This is the first section here. This guy right here. You have a mess. It really is a mess. But again, like I've said, we're checking a variable's variable. Yeah. Because we need this to increase based off of this variable, which then needs to increase based off of this variable. No. Because 911 is the one that's going to be 1 through 13. 794 is going to be 1 through 4. Crap, really? Oh my goodness. I'm a PNG tuber now. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just saluted, but you wouldn't have seen that because, you know, I'm a PNG now. But thank you. I do appreciate that. So, okay, so 794. 794 is... 794 is the hand card suit 1. Okay, so this is... Yeah, so this is whatever the card you currently have, its suit. So this is basically either going to be... It's the element. It's Pyro, Geo, Hydro, or Necro. So it's going to be 1 through 4. Okay, so then 911. 911 is going to be 1 through 13. Yes. And so then the 113 is actually going to determine if you are either going to be suit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. And that is going to be... So we set it to be equal to -1 and then plus 1. So you are currently equal to 0. So you're adding 0 to this first thing. So we can be 1060. 1060 is going to be... Wait a minute. Okay, so I think it's actually a 1060. We're saying 1060 plus... I think this is actually potentially where the problem is. I think you need to be within parentheses. So we're saying, so 1060 plus game variable 794 plus 911. Oh my gosh! I believe. Humanity is painful. Become a PNG. It really is. It really is. Okay. We're back to the drawing board where, like, my brain is like, okay, where, how, what? Okay. Let's think about this. Each... Nope. Okay, so 1060. 1060 is going to be the, 1060 is your elemental damage, your base elemental damage. Pyro, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. So you are 1060. 1060 is the starting point. Because Pyro is 1061. Geo is 1062. So on and so forth. So then you got Hydro and Necro. So it's that plus 1. If I can freaking... Whatever, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, so 1061, 1062, 1063, and 1064 is the base damage. So we're wanting to say 1060 plus plus whatever the card suit's value is, and that card suit value needs to change based on what position of card we are currently in. So that's where the 911 comes into play. Whoa. Yeah, 911 is going to change based on where we are at in the process of checking the cards. So you would be plus 0. So 794. 794 is the starting point, though. So we just say we need the value of 794 plus... Yeah, 911. So 911, so that would be... So 794 plus... Starting out would be 0. So that'd be plus 794. So we're saying 1060... So then that would be either 1061, 1062, or 1063, or 1064. what if, and this is just me thinking out loud here, what if we grab this guy, copy that. Over here, I just want to see what value is this giving me. So before we do any of this, I just want to flash the screen here. We're going to flash it pink. So when it flashes pink, I then want to check and see what value is that pulling up. Let's go find a monster. There's a monster. Okay, so blue is Hydro, which should be a suit of 3. Legendary Nerf Gun says, hello. Welcome, Legendary Nerf Gun. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. How's your day going for you? Okay, so if I attack... balls. Okay, let's get that in there. There we go. Okay, so now this should flash pink. Okay, we're flashed pink. Now, let's unfull screen this. Okay, so if we do that, we have a value of 3, which is exactly what we need. You should be a value of 3 because card number 1 was a Hydro, which is 3. Okay, yeah, correct. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got here now. So if we set you to be a Necro card, let's do 5. 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Sure, whatever. Okay, so now this should be equal to a 4. So it flashes pink. Let's check the variable on that. You're equal to a 4. Okay, all right. So that is correct then. So it is pulling in the correct amount. So we're saying 1061. Maybe do I need to not have you in parentheses? So 1061 plus because then you should be either 1061, 1062, because again, like we're taking into account all of this. You know what, let's just put you back in parentheses. I think that's actually going to be the best thing here. Okay, so yeah, so this right here, all of this should be either equal to 1, 2, 3, or 4, depending on what this suit is, depending on which suit it's checking, and then it should be adding that number, either 1, 2, 3, 4, to 1060, and 1060 should either be 1061, 1062, 1063, 1064. I don't know if I've actually changed anything here. So now, if we grab all of this, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I want to just check this and see, what are you? So we are currently at 2. Which means if we run this thing, yes. Okay, so let's attack. You're equal to 1. And that should be correct because the slot damage should be 1. So if we set you to 2, and then we check in here, you should be 2. You're blue, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, still a 1. Oh, wait. No. You're Hydro, so that means we need to update the spell slot damage 3. Let's set you to, like, 5. There we go. Okay, now you're a 5. Okay, you're 5. So then if we were to come over here and we were to update you to be, like, a 15... Now you're a 15. Okay. So that should be correct. Okay. So now, what we need to do is we need to come over back to VS Code. So all of that should be correct. We're saying minus that. Then, if we... Oh my gosh. I mean, I know VS Code's better, but oh my gosh, that is... I really hate that it, like, jumps to the end. If I'm, like, selecting text and my cursor just comes off just a little bit, it's like, oh, you want to go jump all the way to the end? It's like, no, just freaking... Okay, that is kind of frustrating. I'm sure that's something I can turn off, but... Okay, so if we grab you... So if I go above, it still selects the whole line. But then if I go below, it jumps to the end. Good to know. Okay, so we want to copy you. And then you're 664. 1060, and then 664. So 1060 would be one before that. And then 664... is one before Pyro. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So help me, if this changes literally nothing about it, I'm gonna be so confused, because, like, as far as I can tell, everything there should be correct and working. So if I come in here, and I paste that there, it is literally the exact... Oh! Okay, it's not literally the exact same. It's close. But maybe there's enough changes to actually make it work. Let's find out, shall we? Save that. Come over here. Refresh. Okay. Actually, we also want to do this, because I forgot. We're actually testing the damage, not anything else. So let's get rid of that flash. So, we should be able to do the damage to the thing. Oh, let's see. Okay. Let's go find a monster. So we should do 1 damage with this card. Should. Unless, of course, I bust. Okay, we should do 1 damage with this card. I should actually build out a hand, shouldn't I? All right, let's do 10, 18, there we go. This should do 1 damage with the card. Should we go from 8 to 7? Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Unless I bust. Pause. I guess that probably does sound a little out of pocket, doesn't it? I am making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where the combat is based off of blackjack, and so if you go over 21, you bust, and so that's why I say bust, and yeah, definitely not trying to sound out of pocket there. 6-7, good old 6-7. Yeah, basically. Anyway. All right, let's see. Oh, over on YouTube, we've got ourselves a Constantine of Rome. Welcome. Glad you're back. Glad you're back. I am so tired. Glad you're back. How you doing? Hey, I started making my game myself. Only thing I'm having a hard time with is the sprites, but the Egyptian god is coming along well. That is absolutely fantastic to hear. Yeah, sprites can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but it's always worth it in the end when you can get them working. So, I believe in you. I believe in you. Don't give up. Also, I learned how to make an AI menu today. Oh, very nice, very nice. Is it a menu in the game, or is it for something else? Because yeah, that is awesome. I like it. I like it. Okay, so what if we now... There we go. Found a monster. What if we now increase our pyro damage? Please, please, please. So if we increase our pyro damage, let's say, no, our geo damage. Let's increase our geo damage to like 3. We should now do 3 geo damage. So this card right here should do 3 damage. Should. Let's put that there, put that there. We've got 18. So this card right here should do 3 damage. Let's see what happens. We go from 6 to a 3. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, all right. Nobody panic, nobody panic, nobody celebrate, but mostly nobody panic. We still got to do some testing. We still got to do a little bit more testing. Okay, so the card here is a Necro card. Let's bring that over there. Okay, so let's test our Necro. Let's test our Necro. So if we change our Necro, which is going to be this guy right here, if we change you to be 2 instead of just the 1, we should get him down from 8 down to 6. Let's see what happens. Cross your fingers. Okay, all right. It's looking okay. It's looking okay. Let's see. We got to test like 2 more things just to make sure that we're actually working correctly. So, the first card is going to be a Geo. Let's test Pyro right here. Okay, so we're going to do, so we got 12. That is going to be 18. Okay, so we got 18 between these 3 cards here. So we're going to be doing pyro damage. So let's go down here to variable 600 and something. I don't remember what one it was. 6 some minimap icons, perks selected. Here we go. Okay, so pyro damage. Let's increase this to be like 3. Yeah, 3. So we now should technically do 4 pyro damage because our base is at a 1, and then if we had anything upgrading our pyro damage plus 3, we would then be able to do 4 damage. So this should take us from a 6 to a 2. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. You have lost. Why? Why is that the case? It's literally the exact same code doing the exact same thing, but for some reason. Okay. Man, I never get to panic. Don't worry, Proto. Don't worry. We'll be able to panic soon. Actually, we can probably start panicking now because it didn't work. Okay, let's actually do this. Let's do this. I come over here, and in here, we're gonna say 64 or 664 plus 794 plus 911. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then that means in here, we're going to do the exact same test, but I guess I didn't really technically test on here. So here, we're going to flash the screen again. We're going to flash it pink. All right. We'll see what happens. Save it. And over here, refresh. Okay, we do that. Crap. Dang it. All right. Let's check this. So if we do this, let's check in here, paste that, 0, which is correct. That shouldn't be adding anything to my variables as of right now. Okay, so now let's come down here to variable 600 and whatever. And so then, crap, it was a geo, or a hydro. So what if we say hydro is now +1? You're a 1. Okay, what if we say hydro is now a +11? So why is it working when I check it in here, but then when it actually does it in the game, nothing. Absolutely nothing. That makes literally no sense. Oh, good. The refund has been approved. Oh my gosh. So fun story. I found out that my almost 4-year-old daughter accidentally bought $150 worth of gold in the Pokemon trading card game. Yeah. She absolutely loves the Pokemon trading card game, and it is fun. Don't get me wrong, it is a good time. She loves opening the packs, it's a good time. And so, most of the time, basically what she likes to do is she'll open her 2 free packs, and then she likes to go over and just like look at the Pokemon. Which, hey, I'm like, if you want to do my dailies for me, go for it, kid, I don't care. And so, yesterday afternoon, I got home from work and she's like, oh, I wanna play the Pokemon game. So I'm like, absolutely, yeah, sure, you can play it. So she's sitting on my lap, playing the game while I'm talking to my wife. So like, she's literally like on my lap. And she was like, she asked me if she can like do the store, which basically, if you don't know the Pokemon trading card game, they have like a free daily award that you can redeem in the store. So I'm like, yeah, you can do the store. And so she did the store, and she was, obviously, she's not even 4 yet, so like she doesn't really know how to like actually navigate UIs. And so, so I'm just kind of like sitting there talking to my wife, and then a couple minutes later, I look down and like see she's kind of just like scrolling up and down throughout the store, and I'm like, all right, let's get you back to this other menu, and we'll call it good here. So she finishes playing, whatever, and day goes on, whatever. This morning, I get to work, and I check my email, and I see that I have 2 receipts from the Google Play Store, and I'm like, what did I buy recently from Google Play Store? Open up the first email, and it's like a $30 charge for Pokemon trading card game, and I'm like, what? I did not pay $30. I'm like, okay, that was obviously an accident. So I'm like, all right, let's go check the other one. I'm like, she must have purchased 2 of these things. No, the other one was a $100 charge for the most expensive, like literally the most premium currency you can buy in the game. The $100 of Pokemon Gold, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, so I requested a refund. I'm like, this was purchased by mistake. Please refund.
Legendary Lithgum wants Moonman to do 10 bicep curls.
I got you. But anyway, yeah, so I have now gone in, like you said, Legendary, I have now gone in and I have set up those pins, because I had them set up, but I had them turned off, because I was like, no one else uses my phone. Why would I need to type in a password every single time I want to purchase something? That's ridiculous. And so that's what I did. And now I'm like, dang it, I should have had them enabled. Oh well. Wait a minute. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, just really quickly. I just want to get this thing set up so I can see. Like, it obviously is all working correctly. And that's why I just don't understand why. I don't understand why. I literally do not. So, set variable 67 minus variable 1060 plus. Okay, wait, I just want to make sure. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. So it should be this variable, which this variable should be equal to whatever that is. So 1, essentially. Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't know. Let's do some bicep curls. And then I'll take one last look at this. And then we'll see. We'll see if it works. Great. If not, this may have to be something that I look at off stream and then just see if I can figure it out, because geez, it is an absolute nightmare. Let's crank the jams and do some bicep curls. All right, everybody, count them with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that feels better. Whew. Oh. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Gets me getting up and going. 10 curls and some water will help your mind. It probably will. It probably will. My man. Good times. Good times. Whew. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So what if we just grab this entire thing and check it? I should have done that before. All right, let's take a look. Let us take a look. That is already running. Cool. Let's refresh. Okay. So we've got 3. Let's do that guy. There we go. 19. Okay. So these two should be 19. Let's see what happens. So we attack. So it should be 1. Should be 1. Let's take a look. Okay, so we've got, let's get rid of those. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, no. We want this to be... Wait a minute. Do I have 1 too many parentheses in there? No. No. We're good. We're good. Okay, so yeah, so you go to there. You go to there. You're there. You're to there. You're to there. Okay. 1, which is correct. It should be a 1. Okay. So, let's come in here. We want to change variable. It was a geo, right? Geo, yes. So let's change geo, which is spell slot 2, to be equal to 3. You're now equal to 3. Okay. There. Now, so help me. If I come over here, if I change this thing, geo plus 1. Okay, you're still a 3. Okay. But why? How do I get you to include this plus that? As far as I know, you should be. Hmm. $664, is that correct? Variable 664 is luck. Then we got pyro and then geo. Okay. Whoops. All right. Do. What do you mean you're a 0? 664 plus 794 plus 911. So 664 should be 666. Yes. So it's kind of weird the way we're doing this. So, or is it supposed to be luck? So it's supposed to be eventually variable 666. So basically the way that it's working is we're taking a starting variable, which would be 664, and then variable 911, just so you have like a little bit better of like a visualization. So essentially what we're doing is down here when it actually starts doing the attack. So we're looping through this code here, and every time it loops through, it adds 1 to variable 911. And so it starts out as -1, and so it adds 1 to it. So it's plus 0 in the beginning. So plus 0. Wait a minute. 665. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I thought I was cooking. I'm not cooking. Okay. 1060. 664. Because 660. Wait a minute. I was doing the prereq geo. Oh my gosh. Okay, 666 is geo. So if we up you to 1. Ooh! Crap. Crap. No. I hit the wrong button. All right, refresh that. Okay. So, let's go find combat. There's combat. Okay, so let's do a queen and a queen. Okay, so we got hydro damage coming in. Okay, so the hydro damage should be doing 2 because we have a baseline of 1 and then a perk card that's adding 1 to the geo damage, or it's to the hydro damage. So if we come in here and we do this, you're equal to 2. Okay, so if we come over to 666 or 667. This is hydro, so if we do we'll do 4. There, you're equal to 5. So literally everything that I'm seeing, this is correct. Because this is pulling in the correct base value, this is pulling in the correct perk value to give us 5. Because we have +4 to the hydro right here, and then down here we have plus, wherever it is, +1 here. But if we were to increase this to like, I don't know, +6, now we've got +4 and a +6. We should be at 10. So come over here, we do this. Now we're pulling 10. But I can copy this exact same thing. And I can come over here and I can say let's come over here. I can replace this entire thing right here. Paste that. What if I copy it? Paste that there. You are going to, okay, so there's too many. So if I add 1 more there. Yeah, so you go there. You're there. And then if I get rid of all of this, that's 1. So then we get rid of you. Okay. You're still 10. So that means you are the exact same. You are correct right here. So we save that. And then if we come over here and we refresh this, and then let's say, for example, we've got actually, yeah. So we've got to increase that really quickly. So 660. Let's do 665. We'll do pyro. So the pyro is going to be +3. So we should be doing 4 damage with pyro cards. Let's go find a battle. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Okay, so let's do some pyro damage to this guy. So we're going to do a 6. Let's do a 2. So that's 8 plus 10. So that's 18. Okay, so you should be doing 4 damage to this guy. So it should take us from a 6 to a 2. Let's see what happens. Not a single clue. So it looks like it's adding. Well, so this first part should be adding. So basically, the way so we're adjusting the variable. So we're saying game variable 67, which variable 67 is the monster's health. So that was the 8, and then we were having, or I think it was 8, whatever this was. The monster's HP is what variable 67. So we're saying set variable 67 minus, and then we're doing this entire thing right here, which this entire thing should equal whatever your elemental damage is. Yeah. So if we do that, all right, fine, whatever, is equal to 3, which I believe, wait, pyro is 3. But then that means, if you come down here, you should be a 1. So you should be at 4. So why is that at 3? How does your luck variable work? Like your luck is 0, that's 664. So it's kind of, so it's a little bit weird. So the luck is actually not being taken into account at all. That's just kind of like it's the baseline variable ID. So yeah, so 660, whatever it is. So yeah, so this luck, so 664. So it is equal to 0, but it should be, so it's taking that 664, but it's basically, yeah, so it should be taking the 664, but it should be increasing this number, the 664. It should be, that was weird. It should be increasing this number based off of these variables here. So it basically it's 664 plus whatever this variable's value is. So the 911 is either going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then 794. 794. $794 would be card suit. So that's 11. I don't know why that's 11. The card suit should be 1, 2, 3, or 4. What if you make 664 a 1? Could do that, yeah. Absolutely. Just see if it's, for some reason, pulling from there. Absolutely could do that. Alright, so yeah, so let's make that a 1. And then over here... yeah, still a 3. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna have to take a look at this and just kind of see, because it is already like a very weird thing to be doing anyway. But basically, the reason why I'm doing it this way is because I'm trying to do all of this with a single line of code. And so, like, I could be a little bit crazier, but maybe it's because it's a 0. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So that's the thing, though, is that, like, then when I break this down even more, so then if I say, you know, if I do this, then you're still a 0. Okay, but like what? 664 plus 794 plus 911. So 911 should be equal to 1 right now, I think. 0? I guess still 0. Okay, so you're still 0. So then 794 so it'd be 794 plus 0, so you'd be equal to 11. Why are you 11, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You should not be 11. 911 is a random number or 0. So I named it kind of weird. So basically, I have a couple variables that I use as just like ways to like create, but then also store random numbers. And so yeah, it is definitely named weird. I shouldn't have named them the way that I did. Yeah, so basically I have like 4 different variables that I can store random numbers in. But yeah. It is kind of weird though. Let's see, Lakes just says, hi, can I make a new transition for the next level? Sure. What do you mean? To like be able to like progress to the next level? Is that what you're meaning? They're all flat numbers. We're doing flat math? Basically, yeah. So it's not technically a random number. It's just it's a variable that I just use here and there, just like store different amounts for things. So basically, yeah. So 911 is going to be equal to either 0 through 12, and then 794 should store a value of either 1 through 4, and then it should take that and then add, so to make this either 665, 666, no, 664, 665, 666, okay. Yeah. I think my brain has finally reached its end. It's been almost 4.5 hours now, and we've made some progress, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to look at this on my. I'm sure that, like, I'll probably look at it tomorrow after I've had time to sleep, and my brain will be like, "Why? It's right here," and I'm gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, it is right there, isn't it?" It's a valiant effort. Yeah, thank you, Yato. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's I'm sure that I'm just like looking at something, and it shouldn't be too bad, honestly. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. But yeah, for sure. I just want to say I really love what you're working on, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming along slowly but surely. It's definitely a work in progress. Definitely one of those things that is taking a little bit longer than I was anticipating. And I don't know if Mathra is still here, but to Mathra's credit, it is because I keep doing things like this where I'm like replacing the entire combat system with a whole new combat system. Is it necessary? Maybe not, but I'm hoping it's going to be more fun. I really hope so. So yeah, so we'll see what happens. But I do appreciate that though. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate you being here, for chatting, for hanging out. Let's see. But yeah, so what do we got? Yeah, so make a new transition. Yes, take a break. Okay, so you're meaning. I just want to make sure that I'm correct on this one. Exactly what you're asking. Show me the original transition. So yeah, so really quickly, this is what we currently have when you leave the current floor and move on to the next one. And again, it is very janky. I'm planning on doing more, but for now, it got the point across. It got the job done. So yeah, so when you find the exit room, eventually, there we go. When you find the exit room, you'll do like a little puzzle to be able to activate the portal. Right now, this is the only one we've got. So I know it doesn't look anything crazy. But anyway, yeah, so it opens up the portal, and then when you're actually able to, so you can leave and you can, keep exploring the tomb, and then you can come back here, and then when you're ready to go, you just do go through portal, and it literally is just an image that just rotates and expands. Like, it's really nothing that crazy. And then just, then you pick your next perk cards, you are able to upgrade your spells, and then you head on into the next floor. So that is what we currently have. But hopefully it's fun. So yeah, that's kind of the whole general idea. Is it's like, it's supposed to be a game with, well, now loose, rough blackjack, with combat, quests, collecting items, and then also just like, playing little mini games like, unlock things, open things, whatever it may be. Yeah. And then of course, if you fail, if you don't get it quite right, and you're struggling like I struggle sometimes, you're like, I just can't get this thing, it's just not working. Then it will fail like this. Well, bam! So, yes, that's what we got. That was what we've currently got. And then, of course, you can try again, and it'll probably either pick a different puzzle or something like that. So, yeah. I do really like this one, though. Like, this one I'm actually very proud of, and that's why the actual exiting of the floor kind of has that same animation, because I do really like this whole portal thing. I don't think I want to change the look of the portal itself, but I do want a better actual end. I don't want it to do this. That just looks janky. So that one does need to get replaced, but the actual portal itself, I do really like the portal itself. I like the actual activation animation. That is a whole lot of choices. Yay for Fairly's Fantastic Scroll. Yeah, so I do like most of it. It's just that very ending where I'm just kind of like, this does not look good at all. So if you wanted to look into maybe doing something that's different but somewhat similar, we could do something like that. Maybe fade in and out at the end of it. I did think about, actually, I did have something like that already. So the way that I had it set up before was, yeah, it literally just like, it was already full screen, and it would just fade in, and then after a little bit, yeah, fade out. It was basically if you've ever been through portals, or I guess if you've ever played and if you've ever gone through a portal in Valheim, it was basically like that, where it just like, yeah, it was just the full screen, just kind of faded in, it would like spun there for a second or two, and then it faded to black. That's kind of how it was before, and maybe I'll go back to something like that. I think maybe like the whole, zoom in thing, as much as in my head, I was like, this is gonna look cool, and then I actually see it done, and I'm like, oh, that does not look very cool at all. So, anyway. Let's see, Himabat says, well, I've got enough for today idea, and may I ask something? When happens if we're not finished our game on the Game Jam, and does any Game Jam ever accept games made in RPG Maker series? Well, let's see, yeah, so for your first question, I'm guessing what happens if we don't finish our game for a Game Jam? I mean, I don't think there's really ever anything negative if you don't finish a game for a Game Jam. It's, just if it's not finished, you don't finish it. I would recommend, especially if it's like a shorter Game Jam, I would highly recommend if you're working on a game for a Game Jam but you don't quite get it finished, even if the Game Jam finishes, I would say keep at it, finish the project, and then move on to the next one. I would highly recommend that. And does any Game Jam event accept games made in RPG Maker's series? So, from what I've seen, I've only joined a few Game Jams before. They've been a lot of fun, but from what I've seen, most Game Jams don't usually restrict the engine that you use, and so for a lot of the times, just using RPG Maker is going to be an absolutely fantastic way to go about it. So obviously there is going to be Game Jams that are specific to Unreal Engine, that are specific to Game Maker, to Godot, and so obviously, if they're asking you to use those engines, you can't submit something with RPG Maker. But yeah, for the most part though, I would say 85 to 90% of game jams that I've ever seen, they are usually, they're very specific to the theme. You know, they're like, hey, stick to this theme. But yeah, for the most part, there's, you know, whatever use whatever engine you're comfortable with. So yeah, there's plenty of game jams you could join that will, you know, accept game jam or RPG Maker games for the game jam. Then also, I do know that the official RPG Maker, so like Gotcha Gotcha Games, does like an official game jam for RPG Maker specifically. And that one's a lot of fun to participate in because it is a pretty big jam. But yeah, hopefully answer those questions for you. Yeah, the portal is cool looking. Thank you, ProtoCap. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. Oh, are you meaning the? I think you're meaning the Valheim portal is cool looking. Because I would agree with you there. Yeah, 100%. I do like the way that the Valheim portal looks. And yeah, maybe I just need to like research and look into that portal and try to recreate it a little bit better. Maybe. Nope, I'm in yours. Oh, well, thank you, Proto. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. Well, it is late. I need to go get some sleep. Work is going to come very early in the morning. And yeah, Valheim is dope too. It is true. It is true. Oh, though, it is very dope. It is very dope. All right, everyone. Yes, I'm going to go get some sleep. We're going to go do a raid really quick. If you got any suggestions, make sure to drop them in the chat below. But yeah, so I do appreciate you all being here. You know, obviously, if you're over on YouTube, there's not really a way to do a raid over there. So yeah, either way, I do appreciate you all being here. Hope you all have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evenings or days, mornings, wherever it may be in this world. I will see you all on the Thursday stream, I hope. And yeah, until then, hopefully you all have an absolutely fantastic time, and I'm gonna go get some sleep. So yeah. All right, everybody. Yes, if you have any raid suggestions, let me know. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye.